he was Marine stationed out at
Okay, we're live. so
Blackwood.
whatever. Not
So-
that you can't tell your story, I'm
Oh,
just
yeah,
letting you
yeah,
know.
I'm good.
Just make sure it's
And then
not
our
terrible.
other neighbor across the street, he's lived here forever in a Blue Moon. He was a golfer.
With a busy-
He still is a golfer.
Does anybody
But,
else need water and I can go grab some?
Oh, yeah, no. I
My
wouldn't
bottle's
need any
about
water.
empty, so I'm good.
Okay. Okay. So, so they were like, welcome to Castroville. It's like, hey, cool.
I brought a quart, thank you very much.
Yeah, he was outside. But, so they were like, welcome to Castroville. So that was our intro and everything. And then our other neighbor, looking at our house on this side of us, he was a Marine. So we're just like, all right, very good.
I saw some people the other night, somebody in it, he was, I don't know if you ever met him, it was Michael Gallant, he was
Uh-huh.
a Navy.
Yep,
commander.
yep,
Um,
yep, no.
He presented.
What's going on, sir?
Enfield as part of the
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Vacation, what is, I've heard of that. That was about the time I was returning from hiking around the Real County for 2.5 hours. It was hot.
He did climbing.
That's when you're doing that, though, the best view of great kids.
Your cold beer?
You know, it's cold, but it has.
No, but I mean from when we had our workshop. Cold beer on a hot day.
My mother-in-law came to visit the other day and she drinks Michelob Ultralight. And we were out working in the yard. She's like, "Do you want a beer?" And she handed me a Michelob Ultralight. And I'm like, "No, I already had some water. Thank you."
Just be snotty about it. All right. How does that work?
I've never acquired a taste for beer. That's because I was introduced to Screech. Screech from Newfoundland.
Well, that's like being around here,
My-
growing up drinking water.
Oh, well, now I'll do an Irish car bomb.
I didn't know you had one.
So I don't know what it is.
All right, so you take a pint of Guinness.
Another one would be very
And then you got a shot of Irish whiskey, and you drop it into it, and it tastes like chocolate milk. You can sit down.
And never order that in Europe.
They're fun.
Don't utter those
Oh,
words.
no, I know. Trust me, I know.
Hey Scott, are you going to,
No.
are you going to put up the mayor's report on your
Yeah.
computer?
But yeah, so you just take the.
Yeah, I'm loading reports right now, actually.
And drop it
If you
in.
want to do that and just hand me the
Yeah.
clicker, then I'll just do
Yeah,
that.
this-
Irish boiler.
Exactly. But yeah.
You sent me,
That's all right. Our son likes margaritas.
the one that you sent me
So
at 6 p.m. yesterday,
It's
still good, right?
Because the school's finally started.
the one from 6
And
p.m.
there was a
yesterday.
spider
Yes.
downtown,
Oh, yeah, I thought I saw him earlier. and
I tried to
couldn't
kill
catch
him, he
it.
ran away.
He got away.
station here.
Must be Charlotte's Web or
All
something.
downtown.
I don't know, that's where, he's in San Diego right now?
Yeah, he's at Coronado.
That's where I think he's at.
Okay.
Navy lieutenant.
Okay.
We were supposed to exchange their contacts.
Yeah.
I got it with her.
While I'm doing it.
I got it.
Send that to you.
Oh, okay.
So I don't have a picture.
They can knock into each other.
Yeah.
I can't think of like
What's your nephew doing in the Navy?
He's a lieutenant and I'm not sure
or
what
if
his
we
special.
go until like 11, it's like
Please,
Yeah, well, check.
please don't say that out loud, sir.
Kinematics.
We didn't bet on this one. I bet we don't.
Yeah.
No, I hope not.
Kinesiology.
Kinesio.
I tweaked my back
And,
earlier, just doing something stupid. I was moving the tables from over there into there.
system.
That's
now,
somebody moved him, because I
Every
took him down.
time,
Oh, okay.
if I move just right, I have very sharp pain.
Commissioned.
Went officer route.
I've got too many freaking emails.
There's his address, that's phone number. Yes.
surface warfare, he'll know what a SWO is,
Oh, yeah.
and he's there till the 20th of August.
Okay, Brett Pepper,
Cool. Yeah,
Medina Valley High School kids.
they may know each other. When did he graduate?
Well, he's been out of officer training for a couple of years, so he did officer training.
Yeah.
He didn't go in for a couple of years after he graduated, so he had to be 6 years ago. He was at Medina.
Okay, because Christopher graduated in 2018, so they could know each
They
other.
might have crossed paths.
Yeah,
Okay.
but,
We'll definitely see if we can.
All right, Deborah, you want to just let me know when you're ready?
Know each other, so, yeah, if he's in San Diego now.
yeah, he's there until the 20th of August,
You ready?
and then flies out to Japan.
All right, we're going to call this meeting to order at 5:30. We'll begin with a roll call.
Sheena Martinez, District 1.
Paul Carey for District 2.
Philip King, District 3.
David Mers, District 4.
Herb Dyer, District 5.
And Darren Schroeder, Mayor, all are present. If you'll please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance, and please remain standing for the invocation afterward. First, to the American flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
and to the Texas flag.
On honor of the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
And for the prayer, we have Pastor Matt Gutierrez from Discover Church. Thank you.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for your goodness, your mercy, and your grace. It's by your grace that we are saved, and we thank you for that. Lord, today we just ask you to bless this council with insight, with wisdom, to do what's right for the felt need of this community. Encourage them and give them peace, Lord God, that the efforts that they put into this community are not in vain, but are to help each and every one in this community. We're thankful for them. And Lord, we just ask that they would get home early to their families today. In Jesus we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor.
That was an extra one.
All right, good day.
I don't pay for prayers, but I'm back for that one.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
All right, next item for citizens' comments. If you'd like to speak for citizens' comments, please state your name and address, and let's keep comments to 3 minutes or under. Please. Did you want to speak for citizens' comments?
I do, but this gentleman, I think,
Please. I got my timer right here. Just.
My name's Robert Moore. I live at 2110 Geneva Street, and I'm going to have a handout for you. One of you see, the other one you haven't. I'm here about the speeders on Geneva Street. It's gotten to the point, it's gotten really bad. I seen different things that probably could have been done, but about the best one that's showed up so far is to put a speed bump in there. It's on the back sheet there on the pictures. The front sheet is where I took like a little study. On a Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I sat out there and I was washing the car, doing the lawn or whatever. It's just nothing really, just putting down marks. And there was one pickup in there that was cruising at 70, 2 or 3 days, and also a car I'd never seen before. So I just figured if you put speed bumps in there, that this may calm this down or stop it. It's that a police officer wouldn't have to be out there looking around trying to give tickets or anything else. And actually, speed bumps is something that the city's already been using. If you go to the park over there by the pool, you got speed bumps when you come in. You hit the side, turn left, you got another speed bump. They work. And putting them in would just be a matter of the fool coming up there to hit them, how hard he wants to hit them and go. But I really think that something like this would help on that street. I think I got one level A, definitely that one, that's about a halfway mark. B is the other one down further, but it would at least slow them down, hopefully. Like I said, it's up to their decision how hard they want to hit it other than that. But if possible, something like that could be done, it'd really be nice. I've almost gotten hit, the wife's almost got hit out there, and one day come home, my trash can was 15 foot up the driveway. It got hit. So if y'all could maybe take a look at that and think about it, I sure would appreciate it. I sure, other people would be too.
All right, thank you.
Is that it? Well, then, I better get home. My wife's dinner's not ready. When she gets there, she gets me to say.
Thank you, sir. All right, please.
Kyle McVeigh, 307 Madrid, Castroville. And you know I'm here, but I'll wait till y'all finish reading. Thank you.
I was writing.
Okay. I do appreciate you listening, and we are trying, you're during the budget right now. This is a great time to consider putting in the animal shelter now, not 5 years down the line. So please, if you can wangle it in the budget, please do so, because it is needed, it is important, and we can do so much with a shelter that we can't do now, because we can get other people involved, other organizations, because we would have a home base, and that would make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Would anybody else like to speak for citizens' comments? All right, I do have a couple that were emailed in that I can read for you. The first one is from Crystal Stutz at 816 Lafayette Street. She was trying to make it in, and she said, below are my citizens' comments. I was trying to get off work early enough to be there, but I wasn't able to. So,
I'm sorry. Where on Lafayette? I missed it.
816 Lafayette Street,
Got it.
District 5. She said, we have a rich community. The council's vision to be fiscally responsible, honoring and protecting the town's heritage, yet prepared for inevitable growth, will be a good legacy. Words that might diminish or blemish uniformity, sameness, pause, discrimination. How do we curate an accepting, welcoming community? Here's some guidance from St. Francis of Assisi. Divine Master, grant that I may not so much as seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. How can we build a welcoming community if we are to ostracize portions of our citizens through removing their literature, denying their identity, their pride, for simply existing? How are we seeking to understand, or are we seeking to be consoled? Castroville can proactively support anti-discrimination by developing a diversity, equality, and inclusion policy, seeking out additional education like unconscious bias training to understand our own blinders that can help city employees and officials so all feel welcome, feel included, feel seen in Castroville. Next, from Patrick Connor. I forget his address.
800 block of Washington.
800 block of Washington.
I'll read it.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, so he addressed this to Councilman Carey. Did you get this? Did you want to read this?
I did not get it. I
Okay.
haven't been in the office all day, so it was probably on my computer.
Okay, this was actually from like a week or two ago. He said, Aloha, Councilman Carey. Thank you for your support for updating our UDO, or Uniform Development Ordinance, with a focus on form-based codes which insist on the creation of beautiful neighborhoods rather than subdivisions. Thank you for helping move its completion forward. However, the tsunami of subdivision developments is crashing down on Castroville faster than the creation and approval of the UDO. There are many developments proposed in the next 12 to 18 months before the UDO process can be completed, as demonstrated by the recently proposed development of 35 acres north of Highway 90 and east of FM 471. The City Council's lack of enforcing good community development quality standards has permitted this development to move forward, adding another scab to the face of our fair city. It is imperative that the Council adopt the principles of the Journey Series in any development agreement that occur before the completion of the UDO. Please accept my respectful request for you and other City Council members to stand firm against proposed development agreements that do not follow the guidelines presented during the Journey Series of town hall presentations. As a surveyor, you above all see the value of community streets, systems planned in a grid system that Castroville was built on. We went through the Journey series where we all learned how to build beautiful cities again, like old Castroville, and avoid bland subdivision sprawl that has filled our roads with traffic, created blight along the highway, and made our streets unsafe for children and their bikes. This was a wasted effort of time if the City Council does not implement the information presented. Please take a hard line with developers to include the following principles we learned during the Journey series in all future developments. Sidewalks should be required and separated from the road by trees to provide shade to the street and provide a beautiful way to safely protect pedestrians and bikers. Parkland should not only be built in riparian areas and floodways, provide incentives for parkland to be built in the center of the development. This creates heart of the community, increased livability as a necessary quality of life. Garages and driveways should be prohibited from dominating the facade of homes. Garages should be set back from the behind the house facade or preferably accessed through rear alleys. Required house setbacks from the street should be minimal to ensure beautiful streetscape. Porches should be highly encouraged to encourage community. Streets should be designed as a grid, as in old Castroville, to disperse traffic and encourage interconnectivity for pedestrians and bikers. Cul-de-sacs should be highly prohibited. House design should reflect and honor our local vernacular architecture rather than use a style interchangeable with suburban sprawl anywhere in the United States. An hourly wage earner should be able to live next door to the banker. Monocultures of housing types and lot sizes should be discouraged. Mixed uses of single-family homes, commercial, retail, or small-scale multifamily should be encouraged so all residents can walk to at least some of their daily activities, stores. Keep visible lines of sight in our community open. Prohibit private fences. Please only work with developers who are willing to keep Castroville looking like Castroville and built in a way that honors our history. Developers who don't want to work with these principles should look to other places for their projects. Please urge the other city council members and city leadership to ensure that any future developments meet these principles. We, as a city, must insist that the development design should put community and people at the forefront. They should follow the guidelines we learned from the Journey series. Thank you again for your service to our community. And he is 811 Washington Street.
811, there you go. He obviously went to the Journey series and listened carefully.
Yes, he did. All right. And last call, is there anybody else that wanted to speak for citizens' comments? Please.
Hello. I'm Jonathan Basinger, resident of 809 Florence Street. I'm here today to weigh in my thoughts on the submission on regards to removing the LGBT promotion material that was at the public library. I have a little thing written here. I won't be very long though. Let's see. So, a little bit of backstory. In 2020, during the COVID pandemic, while countless other Americans were being laid off or paused from work, I was very fortunate to still have a job and be working all the time. And during that year, I really got into reading, and I haven't read that much since I was in high school in 2017. Shout out to Libby, which promotes audiobooks and supporting public libraries. Anywho, back in June of that year, a book was promoted to me by a friend called The Pink Triangle, The Nazi War Against Homosexuals. Before I was shown that book, my only knowledge of pink triangles was from a 1996 Weezer song. Reading that book kind of blew my mind in a very enlightening way. To give the book a very extreme summation, pink triangles were assigned to gay men in concentration camps and were essentially the lowest class. It described in agonizing detail how the gay Germans were persecuted during their time in concentration camps, pulling direct interviews and experiences from the survivors of the Holocaust. My goal of bringing up this book and subsequently the Holocaust is not to create some sort of Godwin's fallacy, but to acknowledge the primary goal of Pride Month, which is to acknowledge, teach, and spread awareness of LGBT history, not just of America's rich LGBT history, but of that of the whole world. You'll note that this goal of Pride Month falls directly in line with the goals of the public library, which is to provide a safe public space for all to learn, grow, and educate themselves further. I would argue that by removing the queer promotion from the public library, we are calling for erasure of LGBT history. To quote the email submitted by our District 5 council member, I believe the city should not engage in any visual expression of opinion about social issues. The public library presenting a display to promote LGBT authors during Pride Month, which, may I remind you, is a government-recognized event, is not a social issue, not any more than Black History Month is. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have anybody else that would like to speak before citizens' comments? All right, thank you. Next item is the consent agenda. On the consent agenda, we have minutes for June 13th, 2023, regular called city council meeting. We have approved purchase of an SUV for the police department. We have accept body armor grant. We have authorizing staff to issue requests for qualifications for a preliminary architectural feasibility report and environmental report for the Texas Community Facilities Direct Grant. And we have approved Marsh and McClellan Agency LLC as broker of record. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Great. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item is the mayor's report.
You up on that side? Not yet?
This was just happening.
Someday. Will come off.
How long have you been saying that?
Job security.
There you go.
All right, in the mayor's report today, we're going to talk about thoroughfare planning, July 4th events coming up this weekend, community assistance, a landowners coalition, and a balanced scorecard process that we've been going through. I guess I should go ahead and, there we go. So thoroughfare planning, we've been working with Medina County really closely. Medina, we've been asking them for quite some time to look at overall countywide thoroughfare planning, and to their credit, they have engaged Westwood Partners to help them out, and they have been going through this, meeting with them regularly to work through different areas of thoroughfare planning. We have initiated a weekly meeting with them just to stay on top of where we are with the northern route, and to stay in lockstep with them to understand what their overall plan is. The best way that we can do any kind of thoroughfare relief inside of Castroville is to have thoroughfares outside of Castroville. So this isn't something that we have financial responsibility over directly as a city, but we definitely have impact. So it's imperative that we continue to work with them. They've been great partners. We really appreciate their involvement with this, and definitely appreciate what they've been doing. We have been making progress with TxDOT. We're still continuing to look for additional grants. I just saw another set of grant opportunities for dealing with things like this, so we will continue to work with them on that. With Alamo Area Community of Governments, they have two different planning organizations. They have the Metropolitan Planning Organization, which is the big cities with the big buckets of money that we are not currently in. We are working to get ourselves into that for Eastern Medina County, preferably up to 173, so that we can continue to have relief for what do they call it, ports to plains traffic. So we're working on that. On the other one, the Rural Planning Organization, I'm actually the vice chair on that, and we'll continue to work through different opportunities for smaller opportunities for this area. And then with the US 90 study, we talked about this before. We had our meeting with the US 90. Again, Clayton Rips, our local TxDOT planning coordinator, was right on that. He was all over it. He brought up some great points. It's obvious that he's very well plugged in and continues to guide us as a city, guide the county across the board, and really working with the US 90 study. Then July 4th. So there is the parade downtown. That's 9 to 11 a.m. It's a really cool parade. It's been, I know that the Chamber of Commerce has worked on different ways to change it up. Now, just for the people that have attended this in prior years, the route is a little bit different. make sure that you see where that is. It actually starts, I believe, over by Magnolia Coffee House, is that correct?
Yes. And then, and it does not go out normally at the light at Constantinople. It will not do that this year.
Yeah, normally it starts basically right here behind City Hall and goes up to Paris Street and goes down.
Correct.
This year instead, it will go down Lafayette, starting at Lafayette by September Square, going up Fiorilla, down to Paris.
Yeah.
And so if you need any additional information about what that route is, please take a look at the Chamber's website. They've got great details on that. It's on, I know that the city has shared it on our Facebook pages and such like that.
And
And the cutoff to submit, if you want to enter a float or anything, is tomorrow.
And the parade, it doesn't have the date, but we're assuming everybody knows, it's this Saturday. So
This
July 4th
Saturday.
is Tuesday, the parade will be this Saturday.
Don't wait until
Fireworks
Tuesday.
will be this Saturday.
Everything is this Saturday.
And the Buffalo Soldiers will be having their wagon. in
Nice.
the- And the American Legion's sponsoring them, and our float will look like a wagon also.
That's great.
Because not all of their people are going to fit on their wagons, so they'll also be on our float as
I
well.
think I saw it over at the
Yeah.
American Legion.
Yeah,
Nice.
Joe
Yep.
designed it, yeah.
That's awesome. Great. Wow, that's very interesting.
Suddenly got color.
And then,
Is the other screen
Oh,
having
boy.
issues or just this one? They both are? Great. Well,
you want to unplug and replug?
Yeah, well.
Now we're switching back.
Well, let me see if this does it.
So then 6 p.m. at the Castroville Regional Park, there's live music, food, games, and a fireworks show. That starts at 6 p.m. The fireworks show, I'm guessing, is going to be closer to 9 p.m. when it starts getting dark. I don't think that we'll have the same issue as we had last year with the
Drought.
impending rain coming through, which wouldn't be a bad problem to have. But so bring your
We could keep our fingers crossed.
Bring your umbrellas, bring your your lawn chairs. It'll be a really good time. And I think that we've got a couple of other surprises in store, so come on down. Next item. So communities, we talked last time in the last mayor's report about all of the different groups that are doing all kinds of great work in Castroville. Volunteer organizations, we have some of the religious organizations, we have community organizations, all different kinds of people that are working to help make Castroville a better place. We have volunteers on city council, on boards and commissions. So there is, there's this, we know that there is need out in the community, and trying to identify need with have. The Pastors Coalition has actually come together and has started an initiative that they can support with. We're trying to find different ways to engage the community, so we identify who needs help, who can help. There are people that are in the community that have skills, that have funds, that have they have time to be able to help out with this. So just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware. We're looking at this through many different facets, trying to find out how to make sure that we're bringing people together. This is a community of giving, of helping, and so the Pastors Coalition is setting up something additional that you can, I think that we'll probably have some information about what they're doing going forward, and as a city, we're trying to figure out how we can better meet those needs. I know that there are individual items. I've heard of individual acts of kindness from our city staff across even the last few years of identifying need, addressing need, helping out with the need. So I'm really excited about that. I think that's really nice. Next item, oops, that was sorry. There we go. So it's finding help, getting help, finding volunteers, coordinating with them. I guess the other thing I would encourage people to do is, if you find a way, these are just different people that are finding different ways that they can help out. If you are interested in this, please start up an initiative, start up something to help people out. If the city can partner with you to help out with that, we're happy to do that. But this is about finding where you can get plugged in and help out. Okay, so the Community Landowners Coalition. This is not something that's official, that is not something that the city is driving. I just wanted to make people aware of it. This is a non-exclusive group of landowners. I think that I wanted to present it because I was kind of excited to hear. This is the person who's looking at starting this up is a local landowner wanting to help people understand what they can do with their land, whether they want to preserve it, they want to keep it the way that it is. Maybe they farm, they want to continue to farm, and there are ways that you can put the property into conservation easements, which would be in perpetuity. There are ways that you can potentially do non-development agreements where you agree not to develop the property for a specific period of time, but don't necessarily obligate your future generations to that same standard. So it puts a kind of a temporary moratorium on that. There are people that want to sell, and I know that some of them have approached the city. So for those, trying to make sure that there's a way for them to understand what's happening around them, how can they engage with opportunities, so that what's happening around them is, it's really about the next one, which is protecting what's happening around me that could impact my quality of life. Is there a subdivision going right next to your farm? Is there an industrial thing going right next to your farm? And it's not just specifically for the city, but for the community, for the local area. What's available to protect from outside encroachment. So this is really about landowners coming together and understanding they all have different preferences, different needs, and trying to provide them with some resources. So I'm really excited that people are looking at ways to really come together in unified efforts of education and assistance. More on that as that develops. All right, next we have, so we just went through the first part of it. So the City Council overall, we're working on strategic metrics workshop. Why are we doing strategic metrics? Because if you aim at nothing, you'll hit it every time. Moving targets complicates things. So it's not just identifying metrics, but it's identifying metrics and making sure that the worst thing that could happen is having no metrics at all. The second worst thing that could happen, potentially the worst thing that could happen, is that staff and council have a difference of a different understanding of what that metric is. So like somebody from city staff puts together a program and is really, really excited about it, and they're like, we think we knocked this out of the park, and then council comes back and says, but you didn't. Or, I mean, it's just the worst thing. It's very demoralizing. And so we want to make sure that there's a clear understanding of what that success looks like, what the metrics are that we'll use to judge that. And it's really to empower our city staff to do more, to accomplish more, and to know that what they're doing is going to be accepted by the city council, by the community, as a measure of success. So as we work through this, this is kind of the process that we've gone through. Now, we've gone through a portion of it already. So, oops, how about if I hit the right button? So we started with confirming the mission, visions, and values. There's going to be more discussion on that. We have, typically that's a long planning process, and we have done this iteratively. So we'll continue to talk about this until we really nail this down, just making sure that, that we are in agreement of what it is. One of the interesting things is it was the first time that many of the directors had seen the mission, vision, values, and understanding what that looked like. And then we did some balanced scorecard training. So it was introducing the terminology and the framework of the balanced scorecard, introducing the software, and applying learning projects to planning exercises. From this exercise, created a workshop to define success for future projects. Then they worked through and did a deep dive with the city, with the software for the city leadership, and then worked into some balanced scorecard planning. Balanced scorecard is really, it's about setting objectives and measurements to achieve those objectives. And so this was learning how to write objectives and key performance indicators for the capital improvement projects, applied strategic planning to a Legos exercise to help demonstrate. I had some pictures from this that I didn't put up here. It was really interesting to see. It is so encouraging to see the city leadership that came together, and we've got some really, really smart people here, and putting together this exercise with the Legos. It was really quite enlightening to see how they approached it, what some of the learnings were from that. They had a lot of fun with it. There were some really successful, there were a couple of them that really went heads down, and they're like, man, I'm going to figure this out. But it was a good exercise for them to go through. So the next is, we'll go through, and this is the stage where we are right now, and that is the implementation and support. So the strategic planning process was coordinated with Your Biz Rules, a consultant group. They'll continue to work with city staff and make sure that we've got all of those key metrics identified, assigned, make sure that there is agreement between the strategic level at city council level and at the senior leadership in the city, down to, I call it from the head to the fingers and toes, to the people that are actually out in the field accomplishing these, so they understand what we're trying to accomplish big picture and how their individual efforts can help assist or help drive that forward. So with that, I will give that back to Scott. Next item is board liaison reports. We'll start with the airport board meeting from June 5th, and that's Councilmember Martinez.
So we had a pretty good meeting. Brianna briefed that the Federal Aviation Administration Safety Inspector paid a visit. They do that no notice type thing. And they noted some things that we should do to improve the safety around the airport. One is there's trees at one end of the runway that they highly recommended come down. There's a road that is considered a road on the map near the runway that we need to either munch up or something to make it not considered a road. The skydiving business needs to contact the FAA and submit paperwork. That way on the FAA map of the nation, it gets a special triangle. And then they really also said that we need to create an emergency plan for out at the airport. Regarding the fence being built around the airport, there was a issue that was found because where one of the pipes were supposed to go, a sewer pipe was located there. So the next day, they were supposed to, utilities and everybody was supposed to meet out there and figure out what they were going to do. The pavement is complete, striping is complete, but they noticed some weird puddles starting to occur, and they just had the resealing done. So Brianna's going to check with the contractor that did the sealing to see maybe that it didn't penetrate and seal all the way down like it was supposed to, because if weird puddles are starting and when winter comes, it could cause potholes and everything to erupt. So she's engaging with that. They're going to look at changing the gate code because they've had turnover of not only staff but tenants there at the airport. They're going to replace the terminal doors in June for $4,200. The septic tank failed and they're getting a contractor that is out there working on it right now. They announced, she announced to the board that ESA had quit. They're right now doing a test run on having food trucks out at the airport for 1 month to see how that would work, if it would generate any business or anything. And the food trucks will be there Fridays and Saturdays from 7 in the morning till 3 p.m. And at the July meeting for the airport board, we'll get feedback on turnout, any feedback that we received. Board positions, I know that's on the agenda for here. 4 members are retiring from being on the board. Ms. Garino, they wanted the alternate, Mr., I always butcher his last name. It's the alternate, Mr. Brian
Granusis.
Yeah. They want him moved up to take Garino's place. They want John Clariner to replace Delvan Lee, and then Steve resubmitted to remain on the board. And that'll leave 1 open alternate position. Then the advisory board's agenda is the next meeting. They're going to set the agenda for the year. They're going to talk about one item that was brought up is the fuel tanks out there need to be refurbished. And they're gonna update their continuity binder. Also talked about is the weather station rep is supposed to be coming out there because the weather computer is not working properly. They have 25,000 left on a ramp grant, so they're gonna look at how they can apply that for other things that need to be taken care of out at the airport. 27,000 on a bird tower, 10,000 on the Basco inspection that they're supposed to get. And they said USDA grants are possible on that. And they have 66 individuals on the wait list as of the 5th of June.
That is the hangar wait list, correct?
Hangar space.
Yeah. And that's it.
Great. All right, thank you.
I want to mention two of the items that you brought up, just for clarity. One, the trees that are too tall is a known issue. That's trees that are not on city property. We don't really have the authority to take them down. That land is currently being offered for sale for development, for commercial development. There is one party that is interested in developing that property, and the city is working with that developer to address those trees, should that development move forward. And then the other item on the road is behind two locked fences or gates. It's one that the farmer uses. It's on the north end. It's right next to the runway. I'm unaware of that being an issue in the past for them, but I mean, it's not a paved road, I don't think.
No, but it shows that it's used.
Yeah.
And that's their concern,
Yeah.
especially with all the near misses that have been occurring throughout the nation.
Yeah,
Should
yeah.
put a fence around it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's for farmer use only, and we're fencing it all off. So I don't know that. Well, I'll have to talk to Brown about addressing it. But anyway, just clarifying those two.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. That was good report.
Next item is Library Advisory Board meeting, June 8th, 2023. And for this, we have Councilman Mers.
So at the library board meeting on June 8th, all but one member of the current library board were present. They elected new officers, Samantha Mers as president, Lacey Schott as vice president, and Carol, whose name I did not remember when writing my summary, as secretary. They reviewed the library's positive service numbers, discussed the library's many ongoing services and programs, including youth summer camps, movie watch parties, and food assistance through the summer, and touched on plans for new library facilities.
Great, thank you. And for those that don't know, we have so many programs over at the library, at the parks as well. I think that our leadership in those areas has done a phenomenal job with that, so thank you. We did not have a P&Z meeting. We did not have the HLC meeting. So the next item is Parks and Recreation Board, June 21st, 2023. And for that, we have Council Member Dyer.
They had the board meeting, they had a quorum. There was lengthy discussion during citizens' comments by parents that had been involved in the summer, I guess it's baseball, softball season. And it was generally, it turned into a expression of their discontent. They feel like the city needs to do some work on the ball field.
This is a softball field at Lions
This is
Park.
Lions Field, I'm sorry, I should have said that to start with. The first and largest complaint was that the restrooms are filthy, they're not locked, they're often used by people that have no association with the park. There's no privacy when somebody goes in them. They can't lock the door to have a little privacy while they're in the restrooms. They're generally dirty, no soap, no paper towels. So they were expressing their request that the city would try to improve on that. The second area, they were discontent about the condition of the ball field itself. The infield area, the ground is so hard that it's hazardous. It needs to be dealt with a little bit, raked and broken up, and lots of holes in the outfield, a risk for players stepping in a hole. And they asked for that to be looked into before the next season starts. I don't know if the council's aware, but the light poles, which have been inoperative for a while, have been deemed to be a risky electrical situation, and they were removed by the city staff about a week ago. So there's no lights at Lions Park at the moment, and it's going to come to City Council soon to be considered. They're probably looking at something in the neighborhood of $188,000 to $200,000 to replace the lights on the ball field. The scoreboard doesn't work at the moment, but they believe it could be repaired. Later on in the meeting, it was clarified that the secretary that is elected on the board is responsible for taking minutes. In the last meeting, Devin's secretary provided secretarial services, but Devin made it clear that he can no longer continue to use city employees to perform the secretarial function. There was a lot of discussion about could they use recorders. The city secretary clarified that if they want to use personal voice recorders to record their actions, that they can certainly do that. There's no prohibition against it. But none of the advisory boards in the city use the city recording system. It's not used by any boards. So they have to come up with their own ways of enhancing. There was a lengthy discussion about the RV park, and the conclusion of the board was they're going to put it on their agenda to talk about at their next meeting so they can start working on developing a clear strategy for what they want to do to try to improve the RV park. And they're going to hold an election at their next meeting for new officers. That's all that came up.
Did they talk about the alignment of the needs to the Parks Master Plan and the current budget? Did they discuss that at all?
Well, the parks have a very elaborate master plan that they completed last year. Patrick O'Connor and Alice and the members worked very hard. It's a very comprehensive document, and it really provides a great deal of detail. The issue is that it is so elaborate and detailed that we have a hard time finding capital to keep up with it.
Which is always the case, right?
And that's not going to change. But they are really active in pursuing grants, and very optimistic that the city staff is going to be able to acquire some grants that are going to help to supplement what we're putting in the CIP. CIP is going to be reviewed soon by the city council and firmed up for the next year, along with the new budget. But in my opinion, as a liaison officer listening, I feel there's a disconnect between some of the members' understanding of what's actually in the CIP and what money is actually available. There seems to be a lot of assumption that the $188,000 for the lights is just going to materialize and other things like that. So I think we have to improve the discussion between the advisory board, especially when we get new members at the next meeting, because it's going to be a wholesale turnover of the board. And so we'll have an opportunity to start from at the election and provide them with good information on what's actually in the CIP, and then we can get them to focus on prioritizing, because they always have a longer list than we have money to fund. So.
For sure, and that's always the case. All right, great. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or discussion on the board liaison? No? All right, great. Next item. Oh.
When I came on the HLC, prior to me being on council, I remember Bob Lee coming and talking to us, because we really had a new change in members way back then, 10 years ago or so. And he came and gave kind of a little discussion on the purpose and, you know, and trying to guide it because there were so many new members. It may be that maybe that type of discussion could go on with some of these boards as they are new members and trying to, you know, explain their purpose and budgets and everything else. Maybe it's not really, you know, some of them might be like a little workshop, like you say, where there's a lot of money, and others may just be like guiding words like Bob, Mayor Bob Lee gave us on that 20 years ago. So I just throw that out.
That's a good idea. Great, thank you. All right, anything else? All right, now next item. Consider and take appropriate action on a resolution accepting a petition for annexation of 35.168 acres out of Outlot Number 2, Outlots of Castroville, Texas, Medina County. This is NP Homes LLC, also known as the Heights of Castroville. Scott?
I don't have any comments other than this is part of the development agreement process. It's one of the things that the city required is that they annex into the city. A portion of this property was already within the city limits, as you probably recall. It was the eastern portion of the, about half of the property that was not, and that is being annexed in by this petition.
I'd like to say that with regard to...
Deborah has a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. All I was going to say is when you make your motion, we're calling it, y'all need to call a public hearing also. And look at the dates. The soonest we could do it would be August the 8th. And it's in the resolution. I just wanted, and it's highlighted.
Oh, thank
I
you.
just wanted to let you know that that would be the next council meeting to do it.
So the motion would be to approve as read with a public hearing on August 8th, or,
If that's what, if that's the date that y'all would prefer. Yeah.
all right, discussion?
I was just going to, with regards to this, address Mr. Connor's statements and assure him that there was quite a bit of effort made to bring that development into closer compliance with our journey's ideals and goals. This development, as you know, was underway before the journey sequence or process was explored. But they were, I believe they were quite compliant with many of our requests. So obviously not 100%, and that will be a goal, but we can't make someone change their plans after the fact. So that's kind of where we were on that. Sorry, Patrick.
That's actually a really good call out. So just to be clear, as we worked through this, the developer had worked with the city. They did make modifications to their plan that allowed for better access, more gridded streets. They provided some walking trail access. They provided some other access that we'll go into in the coming weeks and months. But I think they did as much, I think they did a really good job of taking it from what they were expecting to do to make the modifications that they could without making wholesale changes, because they had already done a ton of engineering on it. So I think that they were good partners in that. So good call out there. All right. So do I have a motion then to approve the motion as written with a public hearing the nearest time after August 8th?
I'll move to approve the...
Or on August 8th? On August 8th?
To approve the ordinance to annex that additional track.
This is a petition.
A resolution, I'm sorry. Not an ordinance.
So accept the petition for the annexation as...
Accept voluntary annexation to the city of Castroville by land being 35.168 acres out of outlot number 2 of the Outlots of Castroville, as recorded in volume 6, page 64 of the plat records, and to subject that resolution to a public hearing on August 8th, 2023.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
You didn't want to read that, Phil?
I tried to make it easy for you, but, all right.
I was going to say as read. Paul taught me that.
All right, so the next, we're actually going to combine the next two items. So in this discussion, we're going to have presentation and possible action on DNA analysis from Simple City, and discussion and appropriate action on development agreement workshop analysis report from Simple City.
All right, for that, we have two presenters from Simple City to go over both of these. And as you stated, we're going to kind of combine the next two items. These are for possible action. The possible action really is just intended for council to give any feedback or clarification on both of these reports. If there's things that you, as far as I'm concerned, these are in their draft stage. If there's things that you'd like to see modified or changed, speak now, or email later.
Yeah, this
And
is
if you
not
could-
the only time for feedback.
If you could introduce yourselves by name and by your role in this process.
Absolutely. Well, so first we're going to introduce ourselves, then we'll walk you through sort of our definition of the form and function, and then we'll walk through what we've discovered with interconnectivity, we'll go through our DNA analysis, findings and analysis, and then we'll end with some conclusions. So first, as requested.
I'm Zach Lewis. I'm with Simple City Design. I play the role as urban designer and planner through this process alongside Matt.
I'm Meredith Johnson. I'm a sub-consultant to Simple City Design. I'm a preservationist and planner. So I've mostly come along to advise on some of the historic assets that y'all have here, but also sort of the holistic planning process in general.
Yeah, so I guess the best way to start is kind of at the end of the workshop report that happened. The way that we're going to be organizing this is we've provided the documents that we have, and this is more of like a supplemental to what we currently have. What we handed you all at the very end of the workshop report was a question about your mission and vision statement. And the reason we asked you for this is we want to connect what you're trying to do with development, with the missions and visions that you have. So how can development properly create a safe, friendly, and historically contextual environment? How can development and the way that you grow as a city properly incorporate family at all stages of life to enjoy the town to its capacity?
We're obviously visual people, so we're looking at the presentation for our cues.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to define form and function for us here in this space right now. So in Castroville, what we discovered through our research is that you have very clear forms. So your buildings look very specifically Castroville. That's due to your materials, it's due to some of the siding, it's due to the design. There's a lot of components that feed into that. And then function correlates to how you use your buildings. So what are your buildings doing? What are you doing inside of your buildings? And one of the things that we noticed, like I said, you have a very distinct form. We can really draw some clear pictures of what is Castroville and what isn't Castroville. But we also noticed that even in some of your historic structures, even buildings that might be surprising to you, you can still find a really clear form line. And this function actually is in line with the form because this structure could serve many purposes. This structure could be an office, it could be a home. It may have been constructed as a home initially, but because it has such a clear, defined form that works alongside everything Castroville has built, this can actually be utilized in a bunch of different ways, which is really exciting. Now, we do have some examples of form and function in conflict. We love this structure, or at least I love this structure as a preservationist. I think it's really fun. However, we can identify, where the form is coming from, what's informed this form. We can see the correlation with the half timber. We can see some of the correlation with your window placements, your awnings. You've got extended awning eaves here. So we see that there's a language that these two are sharing. And we can see that it's authentic, right? We see this, we think Castroville, but what is missing here is that authenticity and function. So you might have a semi-authentic form, or at least an attempt to reach an authentic form that is true to Castroville, but we're not following here with its function. And that means that this building, though it mimics what we see a lot in Castroville, it would not actually be a true to Castroville building because it could only be used one time. Once this building is no longer serving the purpose of being a storage facility, you cannot reuse the structure. It has to be demolished and start over.
And this brings up the question of who is the house for? Who are these structures for whenever you're building them? And this goes back to the vision and mission statement that you're asking. On the left is another great example inside your core. What this does here is it has a front-facing porch, it's inviting, and the people take priority. The porch is somewhere where the resident can come out and enjoy the street and vice versa. People walking by the street can see a neighbor, say hello, or have that general stimulation of city life that comes from people participating in it. On the other hand, it's not a usable porch. It's very insulated architecture. As you can see, the door is placed far to the right. There's nothing about that that invites any sort of casual interaction that might happen within a city. And the garage takes priority. It means the car takes priority and not the people. Now, these are similar materials, but the question is more about the orientation and what it is designed for, and not necessarily the materials and outward-facing look itself.
I'm just going to go back here. I tend to ask people, well, when we're doing this analysis, where do you think this house is in your community? Could you tell me where do you think it's located?
In a newer development, obviously.
It's a newer development. It could be in Castroville. It could be in San Antonio. This could be Round Rock. This could be New Jersey. It could be anywhere. What we're trying to identify is what makes this so unique to Castroville. So that's really what we're trying to harp on here. Okay, let's take on oh, this is your slide. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. So one of my favorite parts about the workshop were inviting other members of the community and city that have their own views and their own professions that they are dealing with. We had the Vinega County ISD, the fire chief, and the transportation planner. You can notice a thread here that is talking about interconnectivity as a design choice. For ISD, it's about placing schools within the community as a way for safety for kids, for planning and routing. It's good for bus structures. It is integral to them that the community is within the school and the school is within the community. And that both shows as a cultural thing, but the cultural comes from the development itself. You saw the same thing, the fire chief, where, similar to TxDOT, if a lane is closed down for whatever reason, there is availability to go through alternate routes. This creates a redundancy and resiliency for the infrastructure whenever thinking about these emergency situations or parades or any sort of event that you want to hold. Graded streets like this provide a sort of flexibility in a city to create options and to create possibilities either in hopeful situations or in bad. So let's take an example here. Just about 15 minutes northwest is a newer development called Redbird Ranch. It is surprisingly the same exact size as Castroville. There's no difference in scale here. I didn't zoom in at all. But notice the difference in how these are laid out. The Redbird technically has a school in the center. It has businesses running along their highway, as is Castroville. But what do you notice that's different? It's that interconnectivity throughout the city. And for example, if you take one route in Castroville, that is a short walk. You can choose many different options, and about the same distance for the other. As a bird flies, it's not that far. But if you start to map that out, it goes from a 12-minute walk to a 35-minute walk. There's multiple options that you can choose here in Castroville for your own entertainment. If a road's blocked down, if you want to go say hi to a neighbor or drop something off, it provides that flexibility in life that brings uniqueness. For Redbird, it is a very unpleasant route. You can drive it yourself. It's not great. And there's really only one option. You can try and walk through the forest, but if you need to drive or bring something, you don't have a lot of options outside of that. So this is what we're talking about in terms of interconnectivity on a regional and citywide scale, that these impact the whole system as a whole. And once you lay down road, it is very difficult to then take it back up.
So, sort of within that, we moved down to a different scale. We moved more into, we're looking at all of Custerville, but we moved into more of a neighborhood scale, and we tried to figure out what would be, the most opportunistic walking centers in Custerville. So obviously we have our historic core in our #1 circle here. This is our most walkable area. So this walk shed, this circle, is about a 15-minute radius. If you wanted to walk 15 to 20 minutes, maybe half an hour, you could maybe walk from the core of this circle to the perimeter, or even around the full circle if you're a crosswalker like me. We also found that circles 2 and 3 here had opportunity to mimic what's happening in circle 1. So we found that there's a dense fabric, there's a concise fabric. I'll show you some more details on that in just a minute. But we found that the opportunities, the environments that exist in circles 2 and 3 are opportunistic to what's happening in 1, and you can really replicate that. You need to do it carefully and you need to do it incrementally, but the opportunity is really there, which is so exciting. That's a little hard to read. Sorry, that was a little dark on my screen. We conducted a SWOT analysis, which is pretty standard for any type of planning project. You examine the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So this is a way to look at long-term assets and long-term opportunities, as well as potential challenges that could stand in your way. So one of the things that we did this, I think, even before we had the workshop with council. So when we came in and you guys were using some of the same language, we were so excited, right? We're looking at family friendly. You have a concise grid. You've got rural lands and wide spaces, and you have lots of access to nature. You've also got really great opportunities with unique charm. You've got an opportunity to return your street networks, so where they used to be, or the connectivity level. But we also noticed that there might be some infrastructure capacity issues, especially downtown with some of the older pipes. We also know that roadway design is a long and complex process, as you know. So we know that these are big asks that require a lot of time, but we think the meat is here on this bone. We think it's worth it. Okay, so let's do.
Might be a little dense, but what's street shade that was a weakness? The shade and the weak in the street shade.
Yeah, so we heard, I think particularly during the workshop, we heard that it was hard to have street trees because the trucks kind of hit them. I think it was the fire truck specifically hit them. But we noticed that some of your buildings have added awnings or have had awnings put on them historically. So the shade component, we think, is a pretty critical component to being on the sidewalks at all. So if you're not looking for street trees, what are some other opportunities? So just shade, human comfort in general.
Yeah. We'll envelop more into the DNA as we think it is an infrastructure choice, and I think there's opportunities that are provided with the DNA that exists currently. So,
but we also hear it's on weakness because we heard that there's a legitimate, tangible challenge here. So we want to be
not to
aware.
mention utilities. So.
Exactly. Yes. Okay. Are there any additional questions? This is a really good time to stop before we dive into the DNA component. Councilman?
Any questions or comments on that? I wanted to point out a couple of things without derailing us too much.
Yeah.
You had talked, a few things that you had talked about, schools and neighborhoods. If you notice the two schools that we have in the city of Castroville, we have the Catholic Elementary School, and then we have the Castroville Elementary, and those are both in the neighborhoods and create those really cool opportunities. Something else that I noticed on the green spaces when you talked about the difference between Castroville and the other subdivision over off of Petranco, that that green, they had this great green belt. I'd noticed this where I used to live in San Antonio, this great green belt that nobody gets to enjoy, that it's at the back of the houses, it's behind the privacy fences, it has no trails, no nothing, it's just there as open, and it's almost a waste because you don't actually get to enjoy
Yeah.
it.
And you'd be amazed by how many little changes like that can have such a big impact. Sometimes all it takes is just one access road to provide an entire asset, not just to people that have back fronting lots, but the entire community. So, good observation.
Well, you say that my mom passed away some years ago, a few years ago, but she lived in Alamo Ranch, and it was for you know, I think you had to be 60 or older. But anyway, they were saying thing that you showed in Redbird Ranch, they had concrete dirt trails all through all of those. And almost every street had access to those foot trails, and it completely opened up. I mean, you always see people out there walking their dogs, and it just, you know, so like Darren said, it just makes it so, just those little tweaks, and it makes it just so much better for everybody.
The natural landscape of this area is truly incredible. It's part of the reason I believe, and y'all probably have seen why people like to move out here. So it's kind of a why fight it argument of it's there, people love it, take advantage of it, and enhance it.
They don't have to walk up real high hills.
Yeah, it's flat enough. Hilly enough, flat enough.
Unless you go to the river.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else?
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, so let's define DNA first. Okay, so the DNA, we know this is the building block of life, we all have it. It makes up who we are. So everyone has different DNA. It's all kind of similar in the same way cities are all kind of similar. All cities have streets, they have infrastructure, water, wastewater, buildings, etc. Similar concept here. So we're looking at Castroville's DNA, which has been refined here in this location for over 170 years. So you have a really specific, curated DNA that has taken time. It is seasoned, it is risen to the top. You've got some of the best things that you could possibly have because you worked so hard to get here. The city's DNA is also formed by each individual component in itself too, right? We need to have healthy streets in order to have a healthy streetscape, in order to have a healthy walking environment, in order to have a healthy system. You need to have, buildings that serve purposes that your citizens actually want to use. And so all of those individual components add up to the larger picture, which is the total DNA and the health of the DNA. When we do our analysis, we look at both the individual parts sort of as they are, as separate objects, and then we put them together and look at them as one big picture. So the results that we're going to share today are just some samples of the individual components, and then we'll wrap up with looking at kind of the total objective. And then sort of the last point here is, even when it looks really complex, you look at your city, there's a lot happening. You've got historic material, you've got new material, you've got issues for things that you have to pay for, you've got things that are coming up that you've never even heard of before. What is Wi-Fi? How does this work? Everything's really complex right now. But if we can break it out into these tiny bite-sized pieces, which is what we really tried to do in the DNA report, we hope it lends itself to be more approachable, a little more bite-sized. Okay, so this is our process. We come in and we study the city. I come in and I study the historic fabric. We do a deep dive with you guys. We had the council workshop, which gave us a ton of information. We study some of your streets. We come down here and we look at parcels. We extract a bunch of data from the parcels, which is all individualized in the report. We dissect the health of your businesses. We look at what your process is. And then we can give you an analysis of what's your DNA, what's the health here. Okay, so our first kind of item here is just city layout.
Yeah. One of the first things that we noticed as our first visit here even was coming right up to City Hall. And we noticed immediately your street layout is very unique for most towns in that the street is all flat. Typically there's a separation of grade for a sidewalk or some sort of other separation here. And what's really interesting is it provides an opportunity to lean into that. As we were walking through the town, we noticed that there is a very common culture of passing by your neighbor and waving hey. If there's a car that passes by, someone rolls down the windows and says hi.
Stopping in the street to talk happened all the time. We love it.
Yeah, there's a lot of talking. We love it. That is an incredibly special asset to have. There are many cities spending a lot of time, a lot of money to get back to that one feeling. And it is something that comes naturally, and it's something that comes over generations of that shared camaraderie that you all experience today. But what we're talking about here is just leaning into that. Laying down a sidewalk is a very big infrastructure investment, and to do it correctly, you would need to do it citywide. So these are questions that we're looking at, and generally the framework going through this entire DNA process is look at what is already built, look at the momentum of what the city is already going towards, and find a way to take that momentum and enhance it rather than try and steer it in another direction. That is where you get uniqueness, that's where you get culture enhancement, that's where whenever someone says, I love this about Castroville, there are these little things that all combine together to create something really special. Yeah, so here is an example of it. Your grid network is great. It is something that passes through the entire town and is continuous except for some of the Alt 90 crossovers. That's an opportunity to create crossover locations and to create opportunities for how you want to connect the city further, but it's not done.
On this, I'll also add, this really, I think, illustrates Zach's reference earlier to what the fire chief was saying, which is if one of those roadways is shut down, you can just bop over to the next one. If you guys want to have a parade, shut it down, and then you can bop over to the next street and just move on. That is so incredible and unique, and like Zach just said, a lot of cities are really trying to replicate that. So again, with the walk sheds, I'm just going to briefly reiterate that we're looking for opportunities. We're not looking for everything to be ready to go today, but there's a lot of low-hanging fruit, especially in these particular regions. You'll notice that both Circle 1 and Circle 2 touch on Highway 90, which tells us that there really is an opportunity for that area to become walkable or at least tolerable to walking. And that's this is an 80-year process that this road has existed here. It's not been here for 80 years, but it's an 80-year thought process. And so when we're thinking about how to move forward, we want to think in long terms, right? So we want to start with low-hanging fruit, but our goal is big change. So back up kind of what we were saying, we did a little analysis, which is included in the report, about the zoning within each pedestrian shed. So it's zone 1, 2, and 3. You can see that. Stop it right there. Okay, you can see here is our sort of model walk shed circle here, Circle 1, and it's mostly considered your historic district, and you've got like mostly pretty broad zoning here, which tells us this is maybe the place with the most opportunity, the most development opportunity, most use opportunity. You have the most opportunity for a positive relationship between form and function. The other ones are a little bit behind the curve in that front. We're primarily looking at single-family residential zoning, which tells us that the form is going to be dictated by the function. So we know that we're going to be looking at houses that only have one unit probably. They might have a driveway, they might have a garage, we don't totally know, just by looking at this information. But we do know that there is a population there of people who have their homes, who live there, who can also be tapped to use their power to go to the rest of the city. This means that this is a hub of humans. You can tap into them, figure out what they want in their neighborhood, and make it happen, and do a little replica of what you've already done in your historic area. Yeah.
So I do want to make one note too. We circled 2 and 3 as potential options. But the beauty here is you can go 2 blocks down, 3 blocks up, 5 blocks the other way. You can put these blocks anywhere. And it is a matter from where the community decides and naturally congregates. These are not set decisions, but the flexibility of the grid that Vet Centers now allows the community to gradually lean into. Maybe a business opens up in a garage that turns into something, and then that builds on that, and then someone builds on that, and you can have a more organic growth and organic center growth rather than trying to plan out every single action through the city. You can let the community be the leader rather than the city itself, which is really exciting. Oh wait, that's me. So one of the common traits that we notice here is there is a order to Castroville, but at the same time there is a very deep mixture within that order. For example, as we've been talking about the street layout, it's very gridded, it's very orderly, yet when you get to the parcels and the buildings, we could not find a common layout.
Not a single setback shared.
Yeah, it has been an organic growth. It has been through multiple different generations and growth cycles of placements of buildings. Someone placed something in the back, but then catty-cornered their house this way, but then they decided to build a courthouse yard over here. But that's a great thing. That means organic growth, that citizens have led the formation of these towns. I mean, Boston is a great example of the street network was designed by cow trails. This is how cities are made. They are made from people making their own decisions and how they want to live. And the intuitive decisions they make of maybe the sun set a little bit better with this angle of the house, or they liked the building placement here. These are individual property or property owners who are making their own personal decision that add to the general tapestry of the town. One common factor that we did notice with this is all of the lots are almost uniformly at 13,887 square feet. We could not find, maybe outside of like 1 or 2 examples
Yeah, I mean, out of the
lot
40, yeah.
that was different than that. In terms of planning for a city, that actually is really great because it is a uniform number that you know. You can create a lot of different rubrics and pattern books to fit within these infill developments, and you don't have to accommodate, well, up north it's smaller over here, but then down south they did like a weird triangle thing. They're all kind of the same. There's different parcels within it, but the same structure undergirding them all.
I have a question about that. Yeah. So when it comes to the size of the lot, you talked about how there's really no 2 setbacks that are the same, orientations are different, number of buildings, how the buildings are positioned, et cetera. What role does the size of the lot play in all of that?
So it can choose, like whenever you're thinking of a development, it can give you some sort of rubric as to what can fit within it. In the same way that you accommodate a tree being in a certain location, you build around it. You can start to build out, this is a general size of buildings, and you can fit 6 within this, if there's a backyard. It gives a sort of rubric, at least to frame the thinking. There's something that you can base it off of rather than just all the lots are different, everything has to be separate. In the same way that new developments, most of the lot sizes are actually pretty similar. It's the same function, but you're just adding to the current organic growth that exists today, which creates more uniqueness. So,
okay, thank you.
One of my other favorite findings is the courtyards. In the downtown area or core area that we walked through on our first trip, there are a number of quasi-public, quasi-private locations that seem to be where people would gather, whether they were for restaurants or they were for the antique shop, or there's part of the museum as well. These were spaces that community members could easily access, that they were inviting, they were welcoming, and also with the layout, as we were saying, just the tree coverage, they were very well shaded. They were very well protected, and it was almost through the courtyards that you noticed more people congregating than the streets themselves. We calculated the total number of area, the total area of all the courtyards within this downtown area, and if you include the end, it adds about a third of the public-private land available. If you don't include the end, it nearly doubles it. That's huge. It means that you don't have to create parks just through these big sections. They're in these little pockets that, even as we walk further on, residents have their own renditions of them. And that's kind of leads back to the placement of these buildings. A lot of these courtyards were created out of the weird placements or uncommon placements of these buildings that led to spaces to sit and to gather. And that's something that's really special. It's from this uniqueness, and the community can take this on to develop their own level of courtyards. So you can expand into a whole park system that it feels like there's a park all the way around you for each community member that they can have their own input on, and it can be done in a very simple and organic way.
What's interesting is that since you did that, there has been, if you notice across the street, there's another one that's gone in.
Yeah,
In that
we
extra
saw that.
space. They actually did that
It looks great.
specifically with a gate, because before it was a fence all the way around. They put a gate on it so that during Fiola Friday, other public gatherings, people could actually use it and go in there, in that space. And I know that there's another one that's actually coming, so that's
So
and it's moving in a good direction, right?
That's incredible. And again, working in larger cities, that is something that takes so much time and so much effort to put a whole community into making one park. It can be contentious. This can be a really joyful and organic development that the city can take on as part of their identity and really be proud of. So yeah.
Nice.
He's had nightmares about that building.
That I see on the other side was the Legion Hall, so I know that.
It was hard to choose which building from that view. So it's no mystery that we reference Alice a lot here in Castroville.
I'll say this.
I'll say.
Oh my God.
How dare you.
I'm so sorry.
Alice is the girl that's sitting at the bench in Alice's. Right?
Sorry.
You realize there's people in France that watch this?
He'll get talked to at the end of July.
My dad is French. He's going to not be happy. I have a lot to take home with me tonight. So what's really great is that there's been a relationship maintained for quite a long time. What we haven't seen is some of that picked up again. We're maybe hoping that there could be some influence, some newer influences on the region, on the area, maybe reigniting some of those conversations. That can look like a number of different things, obviously, but what we've really noticed here in Castroville, what y'all like to do is to textify whatever you brought over. So you brought over a very specific form of architecture, but you went ahead and changed the materials on it. You went ahead and said, no, we want to use limestone because that's what we've got. You said, no, we're going to use cedar or whatever, mesquite. We're going to use some wood that we've got here nearby. We're going to cut off. We're going to use the local bricks that are sourced not 50 miles, not even 50, like 20 miles away. We're going to make this a real effort, a real tangible community experience. We're going to make sure that this expresses the landscape, which actually is what was happening in France too. It just happened a lot longer, a long time ago, so we just don't have the same memory of it. What's cool about Castroville is that you have the memory of it. It's very tangible. 174 years, in the scheme of things, is not that long, so you've got a really great window into history just through your materials, which also tells you that you can build at a specific scale. because you primarily use natural materials that are sourced regionally, it means that most of your buildings are built on a specific scale, have one specific roof line, which we've already identified, have a specific number of windows that they utilize, and can all be built or even repaired with very little money, because you don't have to travel very far to get some of those materials. So the opportunity for reinvigorating some of these structures that have used these materials specifically is really great here, because it can be so much more affordable and so much more accessible. I think this is a really great example of how Castroville has kind of changed over time, but hasn't at the same time. So both of these buildings express the roof line, the Castroville roof line with the shed and the gable. They both technically have porches. You can see a deep eave here and a deep porch with an eave here. Both of these are using wood on the porches. Oh no. I'm never going to get the hang of this. We've been struggling with it while I'm making the PowerPoint, so it's a nightmare. So they're both using similar materials, they have similar forms, but they look completely different. I think this really tells you that there's a creativity that exists here, that even if you limit the material options, even if you say, this is the form we want, this is the roof line, this is the scale, this is the massing, you're not going to lose out on something that contributes. You're not going to lose out on, a flashy building. You can put a standard up and say, this is what we want, and we want it to match. And I think this is a really great example. Okay. So all of this is a lot. There's a lot of information here. We dumped a lot on you. Let's talk about how to codify some of this, or let's talk about how to move forward. What are the next steps? What does that even look like? Just a quick history of zoning. Most cities have this sort of conventional zoning, which is called a Euclidean zoning code, based off of the Supreme Court case. We don't have to get into that level of detail. Most cities that started here with their conventional zoning ended up making revisions through the years. So most of these were adopted in the 40s. And most of these revisions, design guidelines, overlays, historic overlays, all of it happened sometime between now and then. So you have, most cities have kind of a hodgepodge of items that have been revised, that are new, some things that are old, some things that are serving you, some things that aren't. The main thing that we noticed in Castroville's code when we read it is that nothing is speaking to the form and the relationship between the form and the function. Remember, we talked about how those can live in harmony. So what, at Simple City, what we tend to focus on is a form-based code, and that's this sort of elevated model. That puts a look at form before we look at the function. So we want to make sure that buildings look like they belong in Castroville and not anywhere in USA before we even put people in them.
So a big component of the DNA analysis, as Joe might have noticed, is a focus on the character areas, place types. This is a, going along with Meredith said, a reframing of the way that cities are often looked at. Instead of seeing things as use types, we are focusing more on places that are unique and identifiable to anybody. You can tell what nature is versus a neighborhood, and you know what a highway is versus a downtown core. And what we did in the DNA analysis was take the elements of them and trying to extract parts that could be extended into others, could be identifiable as themselves. What makes a city work sometimes is a mixture, but also a clear separation and walking from zone to zone. It's nice to have a transition to walk into a natural environment and then have a transition to walk into a downtown core and not have it all just jumbled together. It can be very confusing, and it just enhances the experience to have it this way. So what I offer here more are some questions for y'all to be pondering on whenever you think about what is it that you want from these places? What is it that you like about them? For nature, how can Castroville as a city preserve the nature that it has as development is oncoming? How can it enhance it? How can it make it more accessible? How can it network it more within the city core along with the rural areas that expand it? They can create networks of green belts, as been talked about before, by just following the patterns that exist in the topography and geography that exists now. It's better to go with nature than to fight it. And with rural, typically these are the lands that are the most ripe for new development. They're flat lands, they're easy enough soil to dig into. And for a city that we've heard enjoys its rural and urban connection, how does that look to preserve that rural character beyond just aesthetics? How do you want to keep an actual farm culture, an actual farm economy within Castroville as development is oncoming? For neighborhood residential, as we talked, the 13887 are enormous lots. It presents two options of either continue to have those lots dedicated to only one use, to one resident, or to infill them in some way. Because if it doesn't happen in the core, it's going to happen somewhere else, whether that be through sprawl in your city or somewhere else entirely. That's lost revenue and that's lost enhancements that you can have for your city in this crucial time. So it's questions of how do you develop in a way that still maintains the character that you enjoy from your neighborhood core, but uses it as an enhancement rather than that washes away what you currently have. For the core, there are a lot of great assets in the core. It has the movie theater in the center. It's got antique shops. It's got great cultural centers, churches, cafes, and restaurants. The question that struck us through downtown core is how to continue to integrate those together. The experience of going through the downtown core is an experience of walking on different levels from sidewalk to sidewalk. There are portions of it that are not filled in. How do you layer and densify this downtown core to create a holistic experience rather than one that is segmented? And for the highway, it's questions like how do you heal the scar that has been placed through before? It's not something that we want to view as a negative because it does bring a lot of traffic. It's the reason that people are coming to the city and are able to. But how do you take that movement and turn it into something that still retains Castroville's identity, but also carries out the function that the highway needs to serve in its own right? It's a complex dynamic, but as it is running through the center of the town, it is a very important one. A good example I like to use when thinking about place types versus, or one that popped up for me is, oh my God, Schattenball?
Yell it on too.
Schattenball, okay, great. If you were to describe this in terms of just a use, it's a farm, event, venue, bar thing. That's not a very common use type. In typical zoning, they would say, that's a farm, it's only going to be a farm. That's a bar, it's only going to be a bar. And under that presumption, is that bar the same bar that you would see in downtown? No. But under a use type zoning, typically they like to say, this is what a bar looks like, and a bar will only have this structure, it needs to have this amount of parking. But that doesn't accommodate for the place. It doesn't take in consideration of the context that we're living in. In the same way that coffee shops in the downtown feel like they're a coffee shop within the neighborhood because they're taking the surrounding context and going within it. So thinking of these place types, it's more of a reframing of thinking about how do we create situations and create forms that can let other businesses, other cultural institutions, residences still fit within this identifiable place type, but have a mixture of uses that creates its own uniqueness. A rural area of Castroville can feel very unique and attract different people that might not want to have the downtown core of Castroville, and you can have a mixture in your community that currently exists now. So yeah, that has, yeah, that's you.
You're fine. So we want to wrap up by bringing it back to the vision and the mission here. And I just highlighted some of the things that we've been touching on, that we've been reiterating throughout the entire presentation, which is safety, friendliness, uniqueness. those all three absolutely define Castroville. We know that there are opportunities for those to grow, and we know that those are assets that you already have. So that's a double whammy right there. From your mission, we know that you have local resources. We know you have a natural environment. You're already catering to those all stages of life that you clearly have. We love that, well, she left. We love that this meeting had children and everyone else. Not very many children come to public meetings, I'm sure as you know. So it's really incredible to see that here. And then finally, capitalizing or at least acknowledging that your pioneering spirit is a real asset. You might not be able to take it, I don't know, out on a date or something, but like, it's here, it's real, and you guys are really, really good at it. So we want to make sure that that is reiterated to you as well.
Yeah, and so this is just a way of thinking of, well, we are coming to you, the council, we are also coming to you in the community. This is a DNA analysis that we want to use as a living document to inform both you and community members of what is meant when you say you love this city. And it should be a celebratory experience of continuing to ask, what do residents love about this city? You'll find things that you may not have planned for, you may not have assumed, that can develop into really interesting and beautiful things that turn the city into the uniqueness that it can be. And also creates, links people further into the own identity of the town that might be new or might not have been as involved before. This planning is an opportunity to bring people closer together and continue to integrate or to tighten up the network of Castroville. As we stated before, the layout of Castroville, the history of Castroville, the elements and structures and elements of Castroville are great. You have a really great DNA to build off of. It's a question of what do you want to do with it. They're big infrastructure decisions, but they also are really exciting and to learn more from it. This goes back to a question of what is it that you want to do. The mission and vision statements are answers to that question. How do you want to involve the community? How do you want to create a safe and family-friendly environment so that anybody from any decision, or anybody can choose to live here for any reason and is welcoming, yet they feel like it is a central identity. So that concludes our DNA analysis. We can now, Mayor, do you have any statements before we open up for questions?
No, I think this is really, I think it's really cool. I think it's really neat looking at what do we have. You're taking it from describable to definable. I think that's going to help us move forward. The thing that we're trying to figure out is what is it from our past that we want in our future. And when you look at this, or when you look at even the previous side, this is what you have. Is this what you want to continue to have? Or let's go back to the subdivision over on Petranco. Is that what you want? So it's trying to understand what it is that we actually want in our future. Do we have any comments or questions about the presentation?
No. Wonderful, thank you.
I do want to make this comment about, about the development agreement standards. One of the things that I've already told Matt is I'd like to take that workshop and turn it into a policy document for development agreements. There are some items in there that I think are missing from some of the commentary that was provided back from staff. So I want to make sure that gets included, and then the other standards that were already agreed to and developed by the council, I want to make sure that those get included as well. So is that, I guess, is that something council supports, turning the workshop into a policy document?
I think we need to, because otherwise we're going to get caught behind the curve again. And if we don't put our standards out there ahead of the development, then we're playing catch up, which is where we are now.
I think to the degree that those the consensus of the standards that council developed in that workshop reflect the lecture series, to the degree that there is alignment between those two, adopting a policy that then becomes kind of the guidepost for future discussions with developers as they develop in the community will be an important step, and certainly probably bring peace of mind to some of the, I think this is the third meeting in a row where we've had commentary from people like Patrick making similar statements that, look, you had this lecture series, we want the city to do something about it. I think having that policy in place and then relying upon that for the discussions with developers will be essential to that. As a stopgap to the UDO, I mean, we're all aware that we're on the process of doing a unified develop ordinance, but this would be the stopgap in between the two. So that'll be something that I'll come back to you with, Brianna and I, and talk to you about. We probably will need to have a draft policy that will come back to council for you to review and think about. And then
I'd also like to have Simple City take a look at that. I mean, we worked through a bunch of different items in this. I think it was a very productive workshop. I do believe it is the stopgap that we need before we get the UDO, because what the developers are asking for, kind of like the discussion that we had with the property earlier. They're asking, what do you actually want? There's so many developers that really they're asking us what we want. They want to achieve within limits what we want to achieve. And so it's giving them the guidance. What I would like to see from Simple City is additional items that might go in there. In terms of the form-based code, we had talked about a few of those. Some of those are incorporated in that guidance, but I'd like to make sure that we codify that for some of even the existing developers as they're saying, how can we do this better? And developing it in terms of this is imperative, and I think the council had identified what those are. These are really nice to have, and then these would be aspirational aspects.
Are those do you feel like those are reflected in their workshop report?
Slightly. I think that we had missed some, based on the conversation that we had with the one builder that wanted to make some changes.
Right.
What we looked at in terms of, I mean, just some of the form elements.
So we're talking about that. This is the one I brought to you too, the pictures of their stock homes that they build, their plans.
Right.
So
the garage monsters with a big mouth and teeth at the front, and the multiple useless gables that are there because the lack of porches, so all of these items, I think that I would like to see it from people who have experience in dealing with this kind of thing, so that we can help some of the builders. We have production builders that are buying up lots that want to sell these lots, and just things that would help them be more people-centric than what the conventional suburbia builds.
Are we allowed to put a bullet at the end of it that says this policy will remain in effect until superseded by UDO?
Oh, yeah.
That
yeah.
way, everybody knows, and is this still in effect type thing?
Yeah.
Well, keep in mind, okay, yes, and there will be elements that are in that development agreement that will not be supplanted by the UDO because state law does not allow for them to be supplanted. So, because there are certain things cities cannot restrict as a matter of course through the normal zoning code.
Right.
Those items would be reflected, because the idea is that when a developer comes forward and they ask for something, then this is kind of the quid pro quo. We're asking for something in return, and what we're asking for is something that would be higher, better, and different from what the state law allows us to require of you in our normal. So the UDO would reflect all those things, like the street layouts, et cetera, all those things that can be enforced, all the things that can't be would, so it wouldn't be supplanted, just to be clear. That I think the development agreement policy, once adopted, would remain in effect and probably be updated as we went through the UDO process and identified additional things, as the mayor just alluded to, other items, whether it's lack of gables or garage monsters or whatever they may be. Those are items that we might update in the policy document.
So put in there then to be reviewed like annually or something like that.
Well, I think the mayor's already given us a list earlier, I want to say in January or February, of a list of all the policy documents he'd like to review with the council on an annual basis. And
well, and that way we have a tracking mechanism that can, look in a database for staff saying, oh, this one's coming up due, let's.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are working toward that, and that's something that I think it's really important. You spend all this time and money and effort and community love to make these things happen, and then they sit on a shelf, and you don't go back and review them, you don't go back and hone them. So it sits on a shelf until somebody decides to come by 20 years later and completely redo everything. So we're not trying to completely redo everything, we're trying to iterate, but that comes with regular review. Councilman Murders.
Thank you. So I had actually gone through all the items that Simple City included in their final report, and just from my perspective, kind of gone through everything that was listed out and prioritized which ones I thought were most significant or why. Don't necessarily expect that everybody else did the same thing, but it would be nice to have a discussion about which items we think are most significant or not before we put it in a policy document and put a stamp on it that says until UDO. And then relating to form-based items, you mentioned previous development standards or something like that. Is that like the residential development standards document that has been included in a few development agreements?
Oh, so yes, probably. So over the last 2 years, in an iterative manner, as the mayor described, we've, with council, Clay Benford and I have sought insight and direction from the council about what to include in the development agreements and what to require of these developers. And so that list has grown. Every agreement has had additional items added to it as council has kind of contemplated and learned from the lecture series and from interactions with consultants, et cetera, about what it was you're looking for. So that's what I'm referring to. So yeah, it probably is, there is a list that's generally in those development agreement documents, but that list is slightly different in almost every one of them.
Because I do have, I have comments that I know I've sent to the mayor before about those previous ones that I think the copy of it that I have was for Cobblestone. But I have several pages of comments on those that I would love to have a discussion about those before they went into a policy as well.
Okay.
I think, or just before it was like finalized.
Yeah, and when the mayor started speaking, once he concluded, I was going to invite him and all of you to provide staff, in writing preferably, the feedback that you have on the development agreement workshop summary report. Things that you want to see changed, added, et cetera, so that we can kind of get all the commentary in one place, get it over to Simple City, let them draft the policy document, and then I think it'd be appropriate for us to have a workshop or a presentation as we did today and go through those items so that David and
I think
the rest
what
of
might
you
actually be a good idea
vet
for this
that.
is let's go through and do exactly that, compile it, share it. Before we send anything back to Simple Cities to modify, let's do the workshop with them so we can work through this and understand with many of the elements, as we are novice when it comes to city design or proper people-centric design. I think that it would be very beneficial to have that additional context put in there. So if we do the workshop before we send something back, I think what will come out the other side would be something a lot better. You had some great ideas and some great suggestions. Some of those I think would have implications that you might not consider, but the fact that you're thinking about it, getting some guidance from people who've done this before and seen it done right and seen it done wrong, and have that level of expertise and perspective on that, I think that would be very helpful.
So do we want to try and do that workshop at a council meeting? And if so, do you want to do it at the next council meeting? And if so, are y'all available?
I think we would have to get back to you for that because Matt is currently out of the country.
Don't act like he's the boss.
I know, it's me.
You mean you're not going to make any commitments on his behalf?
I will not make any commitments on his
But
behalf.
when do you want to do that during a council meeting?
I think that if we can fit it, I think that's probably a couple, 2-3 hour discussion. So I don't know that we could accomplish, I don't think it's, like, I was kind of thinking we could maybe work through some of it right now, but I think that it's too much. I think it makes a lot more sense for us to do it as a dedicated, let's just sit down, put our heads together, put our thoughts together, and get it all out. I think we'll come out with something very substantial out of that.
Yeah.
So
Maybe.
do you want to
Certainly
go
have
ahead?
a lot of
No, I
meetings.
was going to say maybe do the same day, but maybe early, if they are available. The day of a council meeting, but start.
Maybe a little bit
Like we've
earlier.
done in the past where we start
Yeah.
in the
At noon.
afternoon.
Now, next month, we only have one council meeting, or we haven't decided that yet, since we're gonna have people out of town for the end of the July one.
We haven't decided that. Y'all can
Okay.
decide that tonight if you like, when we get into the future meeting agenda
Oh.
item.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that'd be prudent to take what we've got from the DNA analysis and what we've got out of the previous workshop with the additional ideas from the thoughts, opinions, ideas from council, and actually go through a workshop with
When does Matt get back?
I think he gets back on Friday.
Okay.
So I know he's going to take.
You allow him to have too much fun.
Right before July 4th.
I know.
Chill.
I know.
So
We
Skip
told
the
him
heat,
when he
yes.
comes back, he's got to stay in the cage. That's it.
the options are going to be the first meeting in July or the first meeting in August. And
So
those are on
11?
the second Tuesday of the month.
So 11 July.
Is everybody okay with doing maybe 2-3 hour session before the council meeting?
Better sooner than later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
starting at noon.
What's
Into
the
that,
August date you said?
And then the
August 8th
August,
is the other one.
8/8? Okay.
And it would help to get those comments
It would be
before,
the
so we can kind of look over them as a
eighth.
team to have some context to what's about to be discussed, and we can bring our own thoughts and opinions to, make this as productive as possible for the time that we have.
Okay. If we can just make sure that all of the comments and suggestions get to Scott and Deborah, we'll compile those and get those over. Okay. I think that we would prefer, if it works, okay.
To do
for
it the next one.
The one in July, just.
Okay.
There are people that are knocking on our doors, and I'd like to give them answers.
Yeah.
Instead of, and the thing that we're giving them right now is, I don't know what's coming.
Yeah.
And so the quicker we can get them that stopgap, I think the better off everybody will be.
Okay. Well, I know I guess I shouldn't say what I know. We're going to be meeting with Matt probably Monday or Tuesday.
Okay.
And so we can probably get back to you the same day.
You won't meet with him on July 4th.
Oh my gosh, it is July 4th.
yeah, Tuesday, July 4th, yeah.
No, you'll be getting with him sometime next week, which is fine. Sometime next week.
We
is fine.
did let him out of the cage at a bad time. Whoops. No, we'll chat with him.
He would say at an excellent time.
Yeah, he would.
All right, great. Thank you so
Thanks,
much. This was
y'all.
very thoughtful.
Thank you
I
so
really
much.
like the way that you're putting this stuff together, and based on, honestly, based on some of the conversations that we've had, some of the other education, I want to just call out that the city has been working on some of these. You had mentioned some of the opportunities, grow local, and in that frame, it's finding people that will do things well. And we've been searching them out. If people are going to build, let's find people that will learn and set that example and actually care enough about this DNA that they're willing to propagate it as they, in the built environment. And then the fiscally productive. I'm actually on this leadership summit with the Texas Hill Country Alliance. And one of the things that we discussed in our last meeting was that we're going to put together a financial model. That's something that we've been working on here, so that when a development comes in, we can identify what are the costs, what are the long-term costs, what is this going to cost us in perpetuity, how do we compare that against what basically the taxes that are going to be derived from this, making sure that the developments as a whole will pay for themselves in perpetuity instead of requiring us to grow to be able to fit with the infrastructure that we couldn't afford to fix with the built environment. So thank you. This process has been very educational.
Thank you so much, Mayor.
Great.
Thank you, Council.
And thank you for bringing my books back. I've been missing this.
Thank you for letting me borrow them.
No problem.
They were incredible.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
Safe travels.
Can we take a 5-minute recess?
Yes, we're going to take a 5-minute recess at 7:22.
Okay, there you go.
Maybe 10.
Well, you're not going to, because I don't have a PowerPoint, so you don't have to worry about it.
I'm trying to get
Yeah, you did. You have
Thank you very much.
I appreciate you putting this together. That's really helpful. There's a lot more on that.
I was actually trying to use this and also.
Oh, yes, we understand.
Did you read the one I sent you back in January?
I did. I don't remember it all.
Great job.
So there was really only like 1.5 pages of text, and then there were 9 pages of pictures of historic institutions. So living in historic pasture, probably just overwhelmed by the image of your neighborhood and smiling away at something to the wall.
That's my takeaway about this place. It's so interesting that I got this
Well, it's an item, unfortunately, I think it's towards the end of the agenda.
What's that, trouble?
So we're about to have a presentation on the water policy,
For the,
and then I'm going to talk about the budget.
oh,
And then we have some boards and commissions, and then we're going to talk about the bulk.
yeah, he lives, he actually lives, 809 Florence. No, that's wrong. Rob Moore, all it says is on his bill, doesn't see if the, does it say on there? Yeah. Yeah. So that's over near the park there. And it is, especially when they come over that hill.
Yes and no, we're talking about bulk.
That hill doesn't stop them either.
It's a shortcut from
What they want to do about
Yep.
specifically talking about your Sarah.
Yeah,
What is the address? 1305 Petersburg. So I'm going to see if it's in my system as one of the cases. And I can bring it up and show a picture of it and we can talk about it. That'll be they'll have the video.
Next door, bigger, they just kind of just I called the county manager, I put something that's, this, unless the department, the door, and I said,
Gotta stand up for a second.
I called the county, and I last year it went up. And she says, we only cover them out. Security cover as well. So right now, we got property value went down. But again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Staying hydrated. That's right.
Yeah, I know.
We got a 2-hour class.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know. Her came to the store to get some. Her came to the store to get some. And, well, fingers crossed for the meeting. I don't know, we had a confused session. Well, it's a matter of, what question, discussion erupts.
That one should be signed.
Oh, yeah.
I've got
That one will go.
Right, right. Let's go, come on. I especially want to hear the management one. Because they had a meeting with them yesterday.
If it's in our
I
report system,
am,
then
and the reason why I know about the meeting,
when we get to that item,
the store.
I'll probably need another brief recess to get the report set up for the brush and bulk discussion.
All right, perfect.
I haven't had a chance to even,
Our lines there.
I've got a lot, I got something.
Well, we put out the brush.
All right. Deborah, whenever you're ready.
Always need that, except the brush.
Miss Deborah,
They didn't put the brush.
Whenever you're
ask you a question.
I really?
Mayor asked you a question, you couldn't.
Whenever you're ready, we can
All
reconvene.
right, let's get this done. Come
I
on.
mean, you guys go ahead, have coffee, and
We're over halfway, Deborah. Come on.
Yeah, they give you.
Don't make me break out the gavel.
It's always about me, I guess.
That was my next one.
Okay, we're ready.
All right, we're going to reconvene then at 7:28. Next item is presentation from RESPEC on water policy review services.
Everybody likes you to be remote, Mayor.
It's fun, right?
Yeah, I'll, give me 1 second. What we'll do, if it stays on for a while, sometimes it does this. So we'll switch it off, and then we'll switch it back.
You walked up, you pointed it, and it just went, blah.
Do we need to get a new one? Do we need to replace it?
Well, it's not the TV, it's this.
That's what I mean.
It's this little thing. We're on the second one of these already.
I wonder if there's interference somewhere nearby with
I don't know.
Castroville
It
computers
seems like
being
if
right
I-
there.
It seems like if I mess with it,
All right, that's good.
Very good, that's good.
Okay. Why is it not? I want to be in presentation, right?
Display settings.
Because,
Oh, because I'm on duplicate, right?
yeah, do it on extend, yeah.
It doesn't like extend. Really? All right, hold on now.
Is there anybody in the audience under 15 that can fix this for us?
Yeah. Yeah, Jonathan would know, yeah.
If you don't blame someone, blame Microsoft.
That works?
So far.
Who makes the cred?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Scott has invited me here this evening to talk about a water policy review. My name is Daryl Spillman. I'm with RESPEC. We've been supporting the city on utility issues as they relate to new developments coming to town. And they've also asked us to prepare a report for you all on the water rights you have and possible uses for those, possible things that may be on the horizon for you. We prepared a report that's in the draft form. Hopefully, based on some feedback, we'll be able to final that for you as well. But I'm going to take a step back. Hopefully, you can hear me. That way I can see the screen. So the objectives for this review and report were to start off with data acquisition on what permits you got, what types of permits you have, what the current city water demand has been over the last few years. One of the things that was in there was some alternatives uses for any excess capacity you have, how the airport water rights play into this, and then comparison with other utilities and cities within the area. So our data sources for this report were historic usage provided by Kathy at the city, existing permits, and then an airport property analysis that David Kirkpatrick, the former airport manager, had done back in May of 2020, because how the airport was deeded to the city has some implications for water availability for the city and how it's used. We also looked at some census data on population for the last 5 years. And then we did go to the source with Edwards Aquifer as far as some of their policies and regulations and confirmed existing permits that the city holds. So this is kind of a busy graph, but it kind of sums up some things that were conveyed to us that the council was looking to see. That big multicolored bar on the left sums up all the water rights that the city currently holds. So the city currently has a little over 1,300 acre feet of water rights from the Edwards Aquifer Authority. Now, not all of those are usable by the city. The big red part of this is what's considered municipal use. That's regular water that you use in the city for the citizens. This 236 was kind of singled out. That is base irrigation rights at the airport. This 1011 also includes a portion of the airport. I'll get into that a little bit later in this report. The 18.9 is miscellaneous unrestricted water rights. And then the yellow 40.9 is some other miscellaneous base irrigation water rights the city has acquired over time. Now, the white bars, as you go out to the right, are yearly bars of what the city actually pumped in those years to meet their demand. And this is for municipal use only.
Can we go back for just a second, if you don't
Yes.
mind? So the 236 is the base irrigation, that's what basically we use for irrigation for the farmer, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then the 18.9 and the 40.9, what are those?
The 18.9 is that miscellaneous unrestricted irrigation rights.
Okay.
So that means water that can be used for irrigation, not municipal use, but it's transferable to somebody, some other property owner. Base irrigation is water rights that have to stay with the property that they're permitted.
Right.
So
But where are those derived? So for irrigation rights, is that for farming irrigation? Is that for lawn irrigation?
That's typically agricultural irrigation, crops, livestock.
Can it be
Some of
used-
those, I think some of those may be tied to the farm you bought. What's the name of it?
Oh,
By the
gotcha.
airport?
Right, the Bendelay farm.
Bendelay. So I'm pretty sure some of those water rights came with the Bendelay farm when you purchased it. That was about 40 acres, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that 40.9, I'm not, do
Yeah,
you remember?
We didn't get into the detail of every permit you hold, but yeah, that's probably it.
I'm almost
Yeah, that makes
positive
sense.
that's the 40.9.
Right, so it's still a base irrigation because it hasn't been converted.
Right, the 18.9, I'm not really sure where it comes from, but that very well could be the RPZ by the airport, because that was additional land that was acquired, that the city helped acquire.
Gotcha.
And that would make sense if that's what that is. So I think that's
Track
the,
on this side of the county.
if I had to, I don't gamble often. I'm not gonna say I'm not a gambling man, but if I had to gamble on that, I'd give a pretty good odds that that's what those two are.
Okay, great, thank you.
So, and we can get you copies of all those permits. Kathy probably has them.
Yeah, well, I'll send an email, but what we'll just ask is to confirm where those are derived from.
Yeah. And some of them, once they get transferred into the CCM, which is the municipal part, then in previous history, you gotta go dig a lot farther to find all that information. It won't tell you what the original source was.
Great, all right, thanks.
So there's a red line on this graph, which is, well, let me go back. This red bar is what your total municipal rights are, a little over 1,000 acre-feet per year. But what this red line indicates is what your restriction was pulled down to in each one of those years based on what stage of the drought you were in as part of the year. So what Edwards-Rockford does, they don't, if you go into stage 1 or stage 2 restrictions, you're not limited to stage 1 or stage 2 for the entire year. It's just for whatever days the aquifer's down to that level. And at the end of the year, they prorate what your restriction was based on the number of days that each stage was. So you can see in the year 2019, there were no restrictions, but all these other years, you did have some restrictions. So the long and the short of this table is, or this graph, is that in each one of these years, you didn't come anywhere close to hitting your restricted number for Edwards Aquifer until you got to 2022. And that's where you see this white bar start to converge with this line, because we did spend a lot of time in drought restrictions in 2022. And it also looks like 2023 is starting to shape up.
We just entered it today.
I'm sorry?
We just
Back
entered
to
stage 3
stage
today.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
So, one of the other things we did is kind of look at the 5-year, average of what your water demand per LUE is. And I'm assuming that since I've been here talking about what an LUE is, that's roughly the equivalent for one household. So it's 0.363 acre feet per year per LUE, and that's based on the last 5 years of usage. So one of the things that we're going to also test to do is,
If you're backing up your slide, in 2022, your gray line up there, if I remember right, that's the population.
the gray line, yes, it's a population number. So it's been kind of, I'm not sure what caused that dip in 2021. This was all data we got from the Census Bureau, but it's starting to tick up here.
But if that increased, then the white I guess because it increased, if that was new land coming in, we would have picked up more new water rights, right?
Right.
Yes.
Well, if they had gotten converted, but it looks like you may have acquired them as base or some other unrestricted, but you may not have actually converted them over to the top.
Or maybe we didn't get
Because that's been pretty constant.
Okay, that answers.
Okay. So, one of the things we were asked to do too is look at kind of some extreme case scenarios. There was a usage of a word worst case scenario, but that probably deserves a little bit more discussion, especially with the council, because each one of us usually has a different idea of what a worst case
Is it a nuclear bomb? Is it zombies?
Yeah,
Is it-
so
yeah.
what we did is we call this an extreme restriction scenario, which would have been stage 5 for an entire year. And so if we had been in stage 5 in any one of those years, what we did is we kind of summed it up on this bottom line here. How much reduction in what your actual production would have been required to be that year in order to meet a stage 5 reduction. So 2018 was a pretty nice year. You wouldn't have to reduce it by very much. But 2020 was a pretty extreme year because you did pump so much in that year. You would have to cut back by about 17% in order to meet and it was off for a restriction.
The idea of this exercise, the reason we asked for this was to kind of give you as policymakers an idea of, so on the last slide you saw how many acre feet on average people use. It's 3.63, right? On this slide, what we're saying is in a worst case scenario,
Or an extreme case.
defining the worst case scenario as stage 5 an entire year, based on what we pumped out of the ground, that average of 3.63 over the time period, based on what was actually pumped out of the ground, how much would we have had to reduce that in order to meet the requirement? And what that tells you is that's the delta between those numbers is, you could say, how many more water rights we need to be absolutely secure in a extreme drought condition. And the good news is that the delta you aren't that far off, because again, in that extreme condition, the extreme condition is not on a scale of likelihood, it's less than 10% that you would be in that for an entire year. As you've seen through history, even in really bad drought years, you're not in it the entire year. There's wet cycles, et cetera.
Yeah, you'll get some wet periods where you may get a bump in output or something like that, get you out of whatever state you're in.
But if you
Well, it's not
but
just
as Scott alluded to, there's kind of two ways to approach this, and it's probably going to be a combination of both. You can cut back on your usage, or you can also seek out additional rights to raise your
Yeah, conservation is the cheapest solution. And I know you're gonna, I didn't want to steal your thunder. I didn't want to steal your thunder.
All right. Well, we'll let him finish up and we'll make comments at the end.
Okay. So there was also a question posed about if we have excess water rights or excess capacity, what can we do with those things? So we kind of went back to what the different types of water rights you have. Base irrigation rights stay with the property that they're permitted to. So if you've got a farm there that's 50 acres, you probably have 50 acre foot of base irrigation. And the only way to convert that to something other than base is one of two ways. Number one, you change the land use. It becomes residential or industrial property, something like that. Or you have some sort of document, permanent, recordable efficiency you gain in irrigation that frees up some of your usage. And you document that with Edwards Rockford, and they tell you, okay, if you had 50 acre feet for your crop and you only now need 30 acre feet, then you can take that 20 and you can make it an unrestricted and trade it, lease it, do whatever with those rights. And then once you do that, that's not reversible. You also have unrestricted irrigation rights, which you see happen quite a bit, where those may be transferred between landowners, or they may be converted to multiple municipal use, which we've seen some utilities where they get toward the end of the year and they realize they're going to come up short because there's a drought. They may go lease some of these unrestricted rights in order to make up deficit. And then you have municipal rights. Those are really, we didn't recommend there any sort of transfer of those. If you have a need to see that as a revenue source of some sort or resource you could use, our recommendation on those would be have an interconnect with another utility where you could do a wholesale water sale with them, but that's not something that we would recommend.
Did y'all look at the quantity, I don't think I asked you this, the quantity of municipal versus unrestricted? Because I think that was something that we talked about before, and that's something that guy that used to work for us that works for East Medina.
Bruce Alexander.
Bruce Alexander, yeah. That's something that when I met with Bruce a while back, this is probably, gosh, sometime last year, he was saying that, one way that the city might be able to cut down on its expense, because we pay a permit fee, if you will, to have those municipal rights every year, would be to convert the delta between what we actually use and what we really need and what we have. Because his takeaway, and I don't know if you came to the same conclusion, was for municipal rights, based on what we actually pump, we have this many municipal rights, we actually pump this on a pretty consistent basis, so we should convert those others from municipal back to unrestricted, so that you can then lease them to others and have that be a, I don't know.
Well, yeah, and that becomes kind of a legal issue, which we didn't get too far into with
Yeah.
more engineering and lawyers. But if that was something, a policy thing or a policy decision, that's something we probably ought to check.
Yeah,
That
or
also
as-
factors into a lot of other kind of policy issues about conservation and what you conserve and what you don't conserve, and see what resources recover some of it.
And I think that's a good conversation for us to have going forward, is when we bring in new water rights from new development, how they come in, not immediately converting them to municipal, but potentially just leaving them as the unrestricted and then doing the lease, so.
Yeah,
I think
Bruce
that's a-
seemed to intimate, I don't know if this is the case, because this is my first experience dealing with this really down here, but he seemed to indicate that switching back and forth was not that big a deal at the Edwards Aquifer, that you could swap them back and forth.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a paperwork issue.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they've got fees associated with that.
Yeah.
All right, great, thank you.
So, one of the other specific items we were asked to look at was how the airport impacts this. So, when the Edwards Aquifer Authority was established, one of the things they did was establish base rights for everybody, based on acreage. So the airport was roughly 472 acres. And the way they looked at it was the airport isn't a farm, but roughly half that airport is irrigated farmland, and the other half of the airport is airport. So the airport's got 472 acres, 236 of which are base irrigation rights.
I'm gonna try it again.
Probably is. I think it's gonna put your notes back up there that we made this deal.
Yeah, that's fine.
Nope, it's not gonna do anything. Great.
Take that time out.
Hence the name Windows. Chicken.
It's out the window.
That's what we used to say in the military. When it came to, they started using the computers.
Okay, so back to the airport. So roughly half of what's available at the airport is base and has to stay with the irrigated land, unless you change the land use there. And I know that there's been a master plan in progress for the airport, that talks about how it may eventually develop out with a lot of industrial services out there. Those base rights may become available over time as the airport develops, but as of now, they're still base irrigation rights. But there are 236 acre feet that are unrestricted rights, that there's a transfer lease that the city leases to itself to make those available for use with the city. And David's probably had explained that to you previously, is that the mineral rights, including the water rights, any benefit that's gained from those has to go back to the benefit of the airport or the operation of the airport. So what the city does to make that happen is there's a lease from the airport to the city so that the airport gets the funds or however that's done, and then the city gets use of that, those unrestricted water rights for municipal use.
But that lease is, how it expires?
It expired,
Yeah,
that's one of the things we found, is that lease is set to expire December of this year. So that's probably something that needs to be an item for council action going forward. And we also recommend, because that is, as they say on social media, it's complicated. That is something that you probably need to cover with your attorney to make sure that that's all done correctly. So the other thing we did was contact some of the other nearby cities just to get an idea of what they were doing. I will tell you, we contacted Divine, Lacoste, and Lidl. We still haven't gotten return phone calls or return emails from anybody over there. So unfortunately, because they're kind of in the same situation you all are, we thought they'd do a good comparison, but we haven't gotten those. But current city subdivision code does require developers to bring 0.612 acre feet per LUE and transfer those to the city, which is, when you look back at the 0.363 number we came up with, this is in excess of that. So this is really in your favor. And when you think about what development densities you're typically seeing, if you're seeing about 3 LUEs per acre, this should exceed that and still, this would actually drive it down to about 1.5. City of Converse, because of where they are, they don't really pursue or require transfers. They just require the developers to pay a $3,000 per LUE fee for them to go acquire water rights. That's probably low based on what we were seeing or what we've been able to find so far, what the water's going for. City of Hondo and Yancey Water Supply had similar responses. Yeah, we make the developers bring those to the table, but they weren't real specific about what they get out of those. Sauls has a fee of $2,706 per LUE. But I will say too that Sauls has multiple water sources. They're not sole source on the Edwards Aquifer like the utilities in the city of Castroville.
For the point of clarity, we require, if they're dedicating rights, we require 0.612 acre feet per LUE, but they do have the option in our code to write us a check. And we determine what the amount of that check is at the time it's being written based on the market cost of those LUEs, of that
The water rights.
rights.
Like right now, for instance, what's the market rate?
Most recent number I was given was like $7.
$7,000?
Yes, 7,000.
Yeah, that's kind of, we're 7,200. Nobody publishes what they're asking for. Edwards Aquifer Authority has a page where people who have available water rights and looking to sell them can put them on there, but they don't nobody lists their price.
What we charged Alsatian Oaks when we agreed to take their water rights, and what we'd actually charge them, we said we would give them a credit against what we owe them of $5.50. Or per, that's what I'm saying, I think it's per LUE, $5, or how is it, $5.50 per something?
5,500 per. Oh, wait, no.
Well, it may have worked out to 5,500, but anyway, so.
Yeah.
Oh, that's 550. Anyway, whatever that calculation was.
So anyway, our conclusions were pretty brief on this because it's still a little bit of an open-ended discussion. A lot of it had to do with what's a worst-case scenario, whether that's a stage 5 restriction, whether that's the Edwards Aquifer somehow being polluted, in which case there's a lot of other people around here that are in the same boat where they can't get water either, or whether there's zombie apocalypse or something that causes all sorts of other major disruptions in the economy. But we do recommend continuing with a strong development policy for developers to transfer water rights. And then I'm sure we didn't get into the conservation policy that the city has, if they have anything, but come up with something that's practical and that you could get some buy-in from the residents for, so that it makes sense going forward. That includes things like, watering your lawn, what types of water fixtures are in households as part of plumbing codes.
Yeah,
things
low
like that.
flow. and
Low flow toilets, low flow
Using
shower heads.
rainwater for irrigation and using rainwater collection.
Rainwater collection, so, that gets into a whole gamut of things you can look for. As Scott said, he kind of stole my thunder, but when you're looking for water rights, conservation is probably the cheapest water you'll ever find, because if you have to go buy it on the open market, you're at the mercy of the market. But if you can get people to use less, that's kind of like money in the bank.
Well, I think that's a really good point. As we start talking about the development agreement standards, incorporating some of these things like gray water reuse for irrigation, rain collection off of rooftops into gutters, into a collection system, that kind of thing. I think we start looking at, when you talk about like needs to have and would be good to have and aspirational, I think these are good aspirational things to ask new developers to bring in that benefit us long term. The other question, back to the irrigation limitations and opportunities, with the unrestricted irrigation, if we have people, and if you don't know the answer to that, that's fine, but if we have people we have some people that their irrigation systems for their households are on a separate meter, could those be applied to those?
I don't think so. I'd have to check, but I think that all goes in the municipal water rights issue, because it's not really an agricultural use, it's more of a landscaping use.
People generally do that to avoid being billed for their the sewer.
Yeah.
Well, the interesting thing to me is when I look, well, I guess it's not that interesting, but when we're looking at last year when we were under pretty severe restrictions, we used a ton more water than we did the previous year when we weren't in restrictions. And so part of that is making sure that we get that information out to people and saying, like I like what you did with the signs. Go ahead.
That to me is the travesty. When you look at the last couple of years, if we look at the actual amount of water that the city sold to residents, and you compared it to the previous years when we were not under stage 3, 4 restrictions, our water usage goes up. Every time the stage restriction gets larger, we're supposed to cut another 10% of usage. And so what that says to me is asking for voluntary compliance does not work. And what we need to do is have a graduated price. So, fine, you want to use more water, you're going to pay for it.
Yeah, and San Antonio
Well, let me say real quick, the really scary part about that is, we know that half of our meters are 50 years old, and so that's just the gallons we measured. We have about I think about a 9% loss in our system. Now, we're going to recover that as we do smart meters. That'll really, really help us. We're replacing with all brand new smart meters, so that'll help. But there's probably going to be some sticker shock among some folks because they didn't realize how much water they were using. But yeah, you got to take that and then compound it by an additional 9%, more or less.
That's pretty typical when you do a meter replacement program. Is people didn't know they had sick meters, then they get their next bill, and we started getting a lot of phone calls.
Now, I'll back that up. That was our pumpage. So that's the amounts there are the amounts that we actually pumped out of the ground.
But we haven't compared to that.
Now, if you compare that to how much we sold, you got to subtract 10%.
Yeah.
So yeah.
There's a whole gamut of AWWA methodology for determining water loss.
Yes.
And the first thing you do is figure out how good your data really is.
Right.
Are your water meters at the customer's right? Is the water
Right.
meter at the well right? Then you start figuring out where's the unaccounted for water going.
And then during those droughts, we're also seeing more breakages.
Yeah, that's another factor.
So here's another takeaway for y'all to consider as far as the policy is concerned. If you're serious about trying to encourage conservation, one way to appease the developers who are saying, like Mr. Dickerson, and I'm not picking on him, but he provided me a direct quote, which is he was saying, look, we used to have 12,000 acre our 12,000 square foot lots, now we're going down to 5,000 and 6,000 square foot lots in some of these subdivisions. That's less land that will be irrigated, so it's therefore less water, and yet now per LUE, it's the same amount. If I have a 12,000 square foot lot, or a half acre lot, or a 5,000 square foot lot, you require me to deliver per LUE, per living
They
unit.
got a green space requirement too,
Right, but
so it makes their number bigger. They're used to
Well, what he's
depends on
saying,
how that-
if
depends
you
on how
look at
that's
that in
done.
comparison with what the other cities are doing, it's actually right in line with what the other cities are
Mm-hmm.
doing, and they're not requiring 12,000 square foot lots. So if you look at the price that Converse, the price at San Antonio, what they're charging per LUE is commensurate with what we're doing. So I think it's fair.
Maybe, maybe not. I'd have to look at the dollar value, because theirs was in terms of dollar values.
Right, but if you look at the cost of
Yeah.
an acre foot versus the cost that they're charging, so San Antonio is basically charging a little bit less than-
$2,700.
Yeah, that would have been probably based on, up until fairly recently.
So that's a
it was only
third
about
of an acre
5,000.
foot, right?
Up until fairly recently, it was only 5,000 an acre foot. It's
Yeah, so it would have been
going
half,
up.
yeah.
And how long has it been since?
Well, here's my comment about conservation, just a thought for policymaking. One thing you could do, because you looked at what the usage was on an average basis, 0.363, you could say, okay, we will incentivize developers to install gray water recycled systems by reducing our requirement for water right transfer. So in those instances, if you will go to the trouble of installing a gray water system for irrigation, then then you guys make the decision, but you could say, we're going to cut it in half. You only need to donate or dedicate half as many, knowing full well that half as many actually is enough to cover your full requirement if they were using the full amount. But the fact of the matter is you'll achieve a level of conservation doing that. Now, whether or not that's enough to incentivize developers, I don't know. We'd have to play those, we'd have to have some
figure out
negotiations.
exactly what that looks like.
Run numbers,
Yeah,
et cetera.
but I think it's worthwhile taking a look at something like that. I think that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah. Just food for thought.
Yep.
Before we go into this whole gray water recycling, I think we need to study that because I think very little, I think there's very little benefit from using gray water in a house to water your lawn. Yes, bushes or something, but if you look at how much gray water, because you can't run all your sewage out there.
Right.
Just, so you run in separate systems, but compared to like 1 hour of water in your lawn, that would use up everything you put out there to gray water.
Well, that kind of goes along with rainwater collection. You know, if a
Yeah.
55-gallon drum of water is not
It
going
ain't
to
gonna do anything.
And the other thing is when you need the water, you probably already used it.
Well, we have a 9-foot diameter, 11-foot deep tank, and that's 5 hours of water. And water goes down quickly when you're
Oh, yeah.
out there sprinkling. And again, we have an automatic sprinkler system, but it's a tremendous amount of water that a yard sprinkling system uses compared to what you can actually capture off the gray water system.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
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 That's just stuff to think about, like what are the practical, maybe you couple it with other things. Maybe you couple it with low flow requirements.
The bottom line,
and-
as we start getting
Yeah.
into some of the other ideas,
Yeah.
the bottom line is looking at ways that we can incentivize to help
Conservation.
Well, and I'll kind of close with this, because I came from 5 generations of German farmers, so I kind of think like folks out here, they counted every penny before they spent it. Conservation is kind of the way you ought to look at your checkbook at the bank. You know, it's a resource you use, but you got to keep an eye on it and be conscientious of what you're using when you have it. Because if you start conserving when the drought restrictions are stage 5, it's already too late. So it's got to be something that people think about, even when the weather's good and the aquifer's full, is how do we conserve what we have so that we're not in such a bind when it really matters.
I'm going to agree with her. I mean, City of San Antonio, we know they have a stage water consumption, and the more you use, the more expensive it gets, because we used to own a house there. And there's nothing that promotes conservation than the checkbook.
Yeah.
And it's very unpopular when you put that in, but that's the only way City San Antonio.
I've used it in other cities I was in, and
You want it?
I've used it in other cities I was in. It was interesting, some of the people that are using it the most, it didn't affect them at all because they were some of the wealthiest citizens, so.
And it's also in San Antonio. But for the common person who's trying to
Right.
keep their monthly expenses down.
Oh, yeah, I had a friend that lives in Magnolia down around Houston. Earlier this year, he said he had a $1,000 water bill from watering his 5-acre lot.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. My water bill barely, in San Antonio, barely hits $100.
That's 5 acres, so that's a lot.
That's a lot, yeah. He liked his green grass.
All right, great.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your report.
Wait,
Hold on.
Just one other thing on the
Yeah.
graduated water bill. Last time the water rights were talked about, someone, I believe it was you, said that we actually do have a graduated water bill right now, but it's just very slight.
Yeah, it's
and
not very,
people
it's not
do
very
notice
robust.
it.
Yeah.
I think that if that could get on the bill, just so that you notice that you got hit for going over 13,000 gallons
Is it?
or whatever.
I don't know if it
That
is
might
on the bill.
help provide some of that incentive that it's aiming to provide.
Right. Yeah, true.
All they're going to care about is the bottom line number. What
Well,
happened
but
to
part of
my
that is just
utility?
Just
preparing
having
them
it on
for
there
that.
to show them when
Yeah.
they bring it in and complain about it. Well, look, you went past this much and so you got hit harder.
Look at the new councilman looking at
Education.
communication.
Yeah.
This was an email I sent to Harold last time this came up.
Great. All right, anything else? Thank you, that was really informative.
Thank you.
That's exactly what we needed. That's what we've been looking at doing that for a long time, and so we really appreciate the time and effort that you put that together. It's very
So
informative.
Kevin, you did a fantastic job.
Great job, yes.
You were not-
As always.
You're not the worst. Good job.
All right, next item is discussion and response to questions from last meeting on proposed FY 23-24 budget.
Shoot. That one? This is that one. Or do I have it open already? Here it is. Okay. I'm not going to go through all 32 slides. I just want to cover some of the items that came up last time. We did, no, I'm not projecting. So I better,
We can hear you.
let's see if this works. Okay. I wanted to kind of give you just an update where we stand on a couple of items, the latest and greatest, if you will. Just showing you what we did in utility sales, services, and just our revenue overall. So proposed for utilities for the FY24 budget, where we're sitting currently is kind of the important number is that number right there.
Could you, do
Yep.
you mind switching to the pointer instead of this for the budget discussion?
I will, but I want to talk about this number real quick.
All right.
That $949,267, that is a use of fund balance in the utility fund right now. I'm working on sharpening my pencil as far as getting good estimates for utility sales, and I'm working with Ramon and Ramsey, the two folks from Schneider Engineering that provided us with the forecast for our utility rates. But what this tells you is our utility rates right now, from my preliminary analysis, is that they are insufficient to cover our debt service and cost of services. So again, I'm going to give you greater analysis at our next budget meeting, where hopefully by then we'll have had some back and forth with Schneider to look at what their kind of how our actuals compare with their forecasted numbers. And then I'm also in that back and forth going to talk about rates and whether or not we're looking at any need for rate changes.
So what you're not showing us here is the cost of the utilities
I think I'll
in
show-
these years.
Yeah, I can go through, yeah, I can.
That's why we have to use the fund balance, is what you're saying. Is our cost for the,
No, that's on the next slide. I'll show you what our costs are. Our costs haven't changed that much.
Yeah,
It's
these are
just-
revenues.
The big issue is we issued a bunch of debt. So our operating costs didn't really change that
not
much.
to take care of that debt?
Yeah, but it's the debt that we issued, and we have, this year, we have like $750,000 worth of new debt that we've got to pay for.
Well, that's what the big portion of it.
Yeah, that's a big portion of the 949 is the debt service. This is your expenditures. And understand that one of the things we make an adjustment for every year after the audit is we add in the cost of depreciation. I mean, I understand why people do it, but I don't, at the same time, I don't, because
I don't.
it's an accounting principle, it's required, you go through to account for depreciation, but at the end of the day, you're not taking that money and putting it into a sinking fund. That money, if you wanted to think about it, that really is your debt service. That's your cost of debt service to make improvements to the system on an ongoing basis. So, I mean, anyway, I've never really understood why accountants insist upon this, but they do.
Because
So,
we don't get the tax benefit of that. You know, if we were paying income tax, there'd be a reason for that.
right, but there isn't in our scenario, and we are reinvesting in the system.
Yeah.
I mean, currently, presently. So anyway, the reason that's got an asterisk is if you were to go look in your binders at the budgeted numbers, the approved budget would still be what you approved back in that time period, but the actual audited number is going to include that depreciation expense. So that's why those numbers may appear different. But when you look at our costs, there hasn't been a huge change. The big increases in costs are the bonds themselves. There was, in the utility admin, there's about $110,000 of salary benefit cost increase. Repair and maintenance went up by about $10,000. Let's see, CPS, we're increasing, they're increasing their cost of service to us by contract if that's the direction we go, and right now that appears to be that will be the case. So that there's an increase in our actual gas costs that we're projecting from West Texas, and then an increase of the cost of services. The gas cost is around $50,000. The contracted services through CPS is $137,000. So that's almost $200,000 in cost increase just in the gas system. Let's see. We had equipment repair and maintenance increase of around $43,000 in the sewer budget. Electric salaries and benefits increased by about $30,000. Our cost of electricity, we knew that was going to go up. The council, to its credit, negotiated a new wholesale agreement to try and reduce that rate, which you did. But it's still overall more money. Now, that's where we're going to get into the rate-making side of things. How much of the cost increase is going to be absorbed by our ratepayers and how much we're going to absorb. And that's the same, is going to be true on the gas side. Once you decide what we're going to do for the gas system, and ultimately what that's going to cost us, we'll then have to decide, well, are we going to eat that increase or are we going to pass that on to the ratepayers? We're in a position where you can make that decision, right? So we'll have to look at those things. So part of that is our cost of electricity from LCRA. We're projecting that to be around $2 million. That's what we'll pay for the electricity from them. There's an additional cost to serve that load from CPS, and that's going to cost us, we're still negotiating, believe it or not. And I'm not sure, but right now I'm estimating that to be around $108,000 maybe, somewhere in that range. And we're anticipating revenues from electric sales to be around $3.5 million. So it's costing us around 2.1, 2.2. Between our rates, et cetera, we make about 3.5.
Yeah, because like right there, I'm looking at your, between 23 and 24, in electrical, there's a real bump, and I realize part of that is the debt service, but part of that is those other numbers.
The debt service actually for the electric department is only $50,000.
So that's
The major increase is the cost of power.
Yeah. But it is gone up quite a bit.
Yeah, it's about $300,000 in cost of, well, it's really $400,000 in cost of power. 300 for new rates and the 100 or so for CPS.
So what about the water? Because it went up $307,975.
Yeah, water, you have debt service of $309,000 is a big part of it.
Is that additional debt service that we didn't have?
That would cover all of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Covers it all.
That's new debt.
Yeah,
Remember,
it's all the debt.
750, 50 of that is, like, I'll be honest, that's something we're probably going to have to redistribute, that we're using what the financial advisor, Samco, gave us for their model, but I don't know how they got to that conclusion, because when you look at our actual projects, and I mean, you all are pretty familiar with the CIP at this point, the big projects are the River Bluff Electrical and the AMI. And AMI has an electrical component to it, but River Bluff has a pretty significant electrical project. But either way, they've got most of the money. So that the electric's only $50,000 of the debt service. Roughly $650, $675 is between water and sewer. So the lion's share of the debt service is being paid for by water and sewer, and they basically divided that cost 50-50 between water and sewer. So back to your question about water, a big chunk of that was debt service. There's a salary benefits cost increase of about $25,000, contracted services increased to about $10.5, and repair and maintenance increased by $10,000. Those were kind of the major line items in the water department.
Okay, thank you.
In refuse, you'll see in the refuse department that there was actually a cost decrease. That's representative of the fact that we got rid of commercial, basically, from a cost basis. So they're handling, Waste Management handling both all of the commercial, billing it, et cetera. They're passing along our markup for commercial, but they're handling all the cost side. So what you see there is just the residential cost of service. Okay.
I have a question on that slide.
Yeah.
You mentioned that we do not put depreciation costs in a sinking fund. Is that
That's
just
true.
because we don't have the money for it, or are we not allowed to?
Well,
Because my understanding is that putting depreciation in expenditures is just an accounting trick to let you put it in a sinking fund.
yeah, it can be. I don't know how to answer that question. In the past, you've always had this, depreciation. You've had the same auditor for many, many years. And in the past, there wasn't a lot of investment in the infrastructure. However, we now have a community investment plan, a capital investment plan, which we're going to call it. And that is now, in essence, a sinking fund, if you want to think about it that way. And that's how I like to think of it, because you're making conscious choices about which projects to fund and which utilities and where the money is going to come from. And the dollars aren't matching up. You aren't trying to tie your depreciation to that investment. The investment is, it costs what it costs, and it's based on your ability to pay. So I think, I don't know if that answers your question. Really, your investment in capital is going to be based on your ability to pay regardless. And that ability to pay, in some portion comes from your fund balance. So just like we're seeing right now, the proposed budget presently, as it sits, is being balanced with roughly $1 million of fund balance. Well, that fund balance came from somewhere. It came from, if you want to think of it that way, the depreciation expense, the other things that you recognized as expenditures that allowed additional revenue to flow into a fund balance account.
That's an excellent answer. Thank you.
And I think that what Councilman Merz's point was, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds, we've been talking about making sure that we've got the funds available for the infrastructure that we know is going to have to be replaced. It's just being a little bit more methodical about how we're doing that. And I think it's something that we can accomplish, but right now, I think that getting that precise would actually be a detriment, because we've got our city administrator and staff working on so many different things that that would be, to me, it's good accounting policy to have in place, as we start getting more and more sophisticated in the way that we're dealing with that, but I don't think that's a right now issue.
Well, we don't have an accountant on our council, and I'm not an accountant. I know enough to be dangerous, but my understanding is that the way that depreciation expense is derived at really has absolutely nothing to do with what the cost of replacement is.
Right.
It has everything to do with what it cost you to put that into the system and its value when you received it. And then that's depreciated over the course of years. But the fact of the matter is, it's kind of like your vehicle. Like, if you bought a car 12 years ago for $24,000 or whatever, $18,000, and you depreciated that expense over 12 years, now it's worth virtually nothing, but the cost of replacement, if you'd taken that same $12,000, the cost of replacement is not double or triple, right? So that's my point. Depreciation really doesn't equate to reinvestment.
And a lot of the depreciation depends, but it's like a lot of this stuff, the reason we have that number keeps going up is we're buying new stuff. New stuff costs a hell lot more than depreciation is depreciated more than stuff that was never replaced in the last 20 years.
Right.
So our value, our worth goes down, but to a city, I agree with you, it's a number that goes in there from an accounting standpoint, but it really is meant for the value of our assets, and that doesn't mean anything
No.
as far as fixing.
It's a way of tracking book values about it. And anyway, I was making a snide comment. I won't do it. All right. And then this is our transfers out. Just to kind of give you an idea, so I think I touched on it briefly earlier. Some of the cost of right-of-way for some of the departments went, it either went up or down depending on because now the way we're calculating right-of-way contribution to the general fund and franchise fee contribution to the general fund is based on the percentage of revenue that utility represents in the total revenue. So gas, for instance, is a very small revenue line item. I don't know that it was contributing at all to right-of-way. I know refuse wasn't. Refuse is a utility line item. It's an enterprise fund, but it wasn't contributing to right-of-way or franchise fee. Well, now it is. Now it's paying its fair share of a 3.5% franchise and its fair share of right-of-way maintenance.
And what's the definition of right-of-way maintenance, repair of streets?
Mostly, honestly, the $170,000, that's strictly the
Tree trimming?
cost of mowing. No, it's not tree trimming. Tree trimming is for the electric department. Essentially, it's for utilities and maintaining utility lines, the electric utility lines. That's it. Right-of-way maintenance, the way that we're treating it right now for budget purposes is the mowing that's required along Highway 90 and all of our rights-of-way and our easements and other areas where we have utilities. That's what that $170,000 represents. I did have a comment from a member of staff about whether or not they could do it cheaper, and I was like, no, I really don't think you could. The utility department could take this on and actually have a contractor do the amount of right-of-way maintenance that's required for $170,000. We've had it bid out, and it's close to double that if we were to have a contractor come and mow those roads. So we are being efficient. But anyway, that's what that represents. And more or less, what I did was I took the streets department budget, the general fund streets department budget, and said, how much of your time is spent? And I subtracted, I think, the streets-related materials costs. And then I said, okay, with what's left in your budget, how much of your time is spent doing right-of-way maintenance? And it was roughly a third of the amount of time. And so $170,000 is roughly a third of the streets budget, taking out that quantity.
So the way we have it in the streets department, in charge of mowing, is taking on the expense of mowing Highway 90, unless you choose Highway 90.
That's right.
So your proposal moving forward is that all the departments would share in the cost of mowing Highway 90.
Well, they did in the past. They were already transferring money to the general fund for right-of-way maintenance. It was already being transferred, and I didn't increase it that much. I think I increased it by 50,000, 30, I can't remember. It was over $100,000 that was being transferred to the city each year from the utility department for right-of-way maintenance. But there was no rhyme or reason for the amount that the staff was aware of. It was a calculation that Marie Gellis had created, but no one knew why the amount came from, and it was persistent, so it was the same amount every single year. We just said we're using this amount. So I believe she probably did the exact same thing I'm doing. It's a pretty common practice. I just went and said, okay, well, how much are we actually spending to maintain our right-of-way? And that's how we're going to charge it. No one had, because no one understood where it came from or why, I just updated the formulas. The way I look at it, I don't know that for a fact, but I believe that to be the case, because the delta was not that big. It was,
So
$30,000, $40,000.
Transfer utility for the different utilities, like water, gas, and I guess you're also saying trash pickup. So the way those assist the city, looking at it this way, is that we're transferring money over for, the franchise fee is no brainer, but we're also doing it for right-of-way maintenance. And we've always done that, but you're making it more, okay, we need to even this out by revenue.
Right.
So it becomes like a typical business thing. If you have a 10,000 square feet of 100,000 square foot building for cleaning service, we're going to prorate you that amount.
Right. And so, yeah, so that formula wasn't really in place. All I did was institute that formula going forward, and I think it's not a huge change, but at least it'll be based on some logic and say, this is what it is. It's about cost allocation, doing appropriate cost allocation.
And I think that's one of the, if I can call out like any grand thing that you specifically have done for the city, it's being more methodical. It's not taking just a random number, but making sure that you're assigning the right costs to the right departments for the right reasons, with the right calculations. So this, when we talk about becoming more and more refined, you've been doing this since you got here, and it continues on. And I think that it helps us as policymakers make much better decisions based on what is actually consumed by different departments. So I both applaud you and thank you for continuing this refinement of this.
Well, thank you for that. I don't know that I have, so there's the summary. Utility fund revenues and expenditures, so you can see it on one page. So that's why you have that fund balance use, because your expenditures are 8.6, but your revenues are only 7.6. So you need roughly $1 million to make it balance. And like I said, of that 949, about 750 of that is new debt service. Now, last year, we had already planned, and I think last year we had built in like 270,000 of fund balance use for debt service. So you were already at, when you add the 270 plus the 750, you're already at almost a little over $1 million in debt service.
You know how much fund balance we have, utility fund balance we have?
I'm gonna bring that report, but yeah, you're roughly in that same ballpark.
Okay.
$5 million.
That tells me how many years we can do this before we bankrupt.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm going to go back to Schneider, and we're going to have some back and forth, and we're going to talk about your rates, and we're going to talk about, how much of this do you want to eat versus how much do you want to try and absorb it through the rates, or make new rates. So we're going to have that whole conversation and then bring all that data to you.
And that's proposed revenue for 2024, right?
Right now, yes.
Well, it says 23, that's what I was.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Well, yes, that's right, 2024, thank you.
Okay.
When we were considering issuing the bonds, we had a clear understanding of how much money we were going to put in the first year to make it less painful, and we had a debt servicing costs for every year in the out years.
Yep.
So that says to me, we got to go back and look at the rates.
Yeah, that's what, yeah, exactly.
We have to fix the rates. And we have to fix them soon so that every utility pays for itself. We've got to go back and do that again.
Yeah, now I'll say one thing we didn't do, there's a couple of things that